All right. Oh God, it's been so long. The holidays. It's been so long. Fuck. Let's see. Oh, oh, there we go. Oh shit. Okay. No one could fucking see anything. All right. Whoops. uh. Hmm. Um. Well, while you get that shit ready, um, I could give you a few kind of things, I guess. Um, I don't know. You had like an eye. You had some figure drawing. You had some hands, and you had a face, right? So, so you had a face, eye, hands, figures. Yeah. Uh, I mean, I could give you some kind of like general, kind of general things about those kinds of things. So, I mean, I don't know what you've read. You've probably looked at some tutorial. You've probably seen some like tutorial kind of stuff. So, um, all right, let's see. All right, yeah. All right. Mm, all right. Okay. I'll just do some like kind of quick paint overs. Hey, enigmatic call. What's up? So, so you wanted just a little help, I guess. So you're kind of getting the idea here, but you don't have all the information, right? So there are different methods that people like when they're doing faces, but this is just kind of like the very general, basic proportions of a face, and this is how you generally kind of this is how the way I'm going to draw it is the way you should kind of try to think about the face. So what happens is first people will draw a circle, right? So they'll usually just draw a circle. So the reason why someone would draw a circle is because you can find the center of the circle, right? So you can divide the circle in half and make four quadrants, right? So you can do this. So that's what someone would do. So you can make a circle. What's important is because I mean you know some rudimentary math, right? All of these are like radius, right? They're all the same distance if you've drawn like a perfect circle. So um, so this distance and this distance is the same, right? These two distances here. These two distances and others. So the what we put at these uh, what we put at these points are a little bit different from what you've drawn with the face that you did. So generally, this will be the brow, right? So brow, like eyebrow, maybe. Like this is like between your eyebrows, right? So that's where that should be. What you've drawn like crosshairs, but um, in the middle, like you've drawn the line, the horizontal line through the eyes. It, but this is well, I mean, you can do that if you want, if like that's the way you want to draw. But like this is well, the way I'm talk. What I'm teaching you is the basic, is like the more common kind of understanding of the construction lines of the face. So this is the brow, and then this would be the hairline. This would be the hairline. And then what you do is you take that same distance and then you replicate it again. And you replicate it, and then this is where your chin is. This is the end of your chin, and this is where your nose is. And that's not the center of your nose, that's the bottom of your nose. So, like, end of nose. So what this would look like is, I don't know, you kind of have you would have your eyebrows like up here. You'd have the end of your nose. So your nose would sit above this area. Something up there. And then this would be your chin here. And the way, there's no kind of like set kind of proportions that people would do for the lower part of the face. So you can do it as, you can adjust it as you see fit. And all these proportions, you can adjust them as you see fit. But I don't know, you just give it a chin and you give the face kind of some kind of proportion. Usually the distance between the two eyes is one eye. So like if you were to draw eyes, the distance between them is roughly one eye. And also the distance between the corner of the eye to the side of the face is roughly half an eye. So that's kind of like the very, very general like face. Like this is a mannequin's face. And then where you would place the mouth, between this distance. So these are all the same distances. Between this distance, you subdivide this into thirds. Some people would just do in the middle. That's not quite. It's a little bit higher. So you divide it into thirds, and the first third is where you would put the seam of your mouth. So this is where the seam of your mouth is. So you draw your upper lip a little bit above it, and then you draw. So that's kind of like your basic kind of face. Um, so that's kind of the basic face. And if you're kind of like thinking about whether or not these proportions are, make sense or something, I mean, you can check on your own face right now. Like, if you put your thumb, like right on your chin, right? Like right at the end of your chin, and you put your finger, like right underneath your nose, like right where your like the septum ends. Like if you do that, put your thumb on your chin and your pointer finger under your nose, and you kind of like lock that distance, and then you move your thumb to the under your nose. Your pointer finger should touch your brow. Like it should be dead center between your like two eyebrows, touching your brow. And then if you move that distance again and you put your thumb between your brow, your pointer finger should touch your hairline. And it almost works for almost everybody's faces. like it's just like a really general proportions of like, and of course you can just like, of course everybody's face is different, right? And uh, you can play with these proportions to create different kinds of faces, right? So maybe a woman, her chin would be slightly like smaller. The lower half of her face would be slightly like smaller, like less chin. Like younger faces, even more so. Like a child's face is not even. This is an adult human. A child's face, you would cut all of this down. You would probably make the eyes seem even bigger because the eyes of a child, they look really big on a child's face. It's just because their face is small. It's not because they actually have huge eyes or something. And that's why on women, sometimes their lips seem big and their eyes seem really big. It's just because it's the rest of their face that is small, right? So a man's face tends to be bigger, right? So like there's different ways you can, like, if you wanted him to seem more like masculine, I guess, you would like do this kind of stuff, like try to widen his jaw a little bit, give him a more pronounced chin. Oh, another proportion is your ears. Your ear will, like, it's where it attaches, where your ear attaches. So like, I don't know what kind of ears you have, but some ears have earlobes, but some ears are attached earlobes. But whatever. Like the point at which it attaches is generally at the end of the nose, and then the point where it attaches up here is kind of like between the eye and the eyebrow. So it's somewhere there. So this is kind of like your general, kind of like human face, like an adult human face. So I guess you can kind of see the difference between this, what you had done. So then I guess if I wanted to see this proportions, yeah. See, so if I kind of tried to measure the same kind of proportions on the face you had drawn, it's kind of weird. Like, so we can see why this face kind of looks a little bit odd. It's not as natural human. It looks more stylized. The way it looks maybe kind of influenced by anime or something, because this is very long. The distance between the nose and the chin is very long, and then this is very short. This area is very short compared to how long this is. And then so you can see that the upper half of the face kind of makes sense. Like it has the kind of correct proportions, the upper, because this almost seems the same as this distance, right? But it's just this is very long. So this is one way you can kind of keep in check that you're not drawing things like a little like a little crazy, because then you would have put your mouth somewhere here. So that's kind of the general thing about faces. Um, I hope I hope that makes sense. Like, does that make sense to you? Like, and I don't know if that's too much information at once. Oh, and I think there's one more where it's like usually like the very corner of the mouth, the very corner of the mouth, it'll usually get aligned to the eye. Oh, this was drawn poorly. But like the corner of the mouth should align to where um, it should generally hit like your pupil. Like just this is just general kind of like ideas, right? So it should generally kind of like this kind of all of this kind of tries to keep your head in recognizable human proportions, you know? So, I mean, I don't know if you I mean, I could give you this, but I mean a lot of websites and a lot of other resources would probably tell you the same kind of proportions. Um these hands. So, well, I could give you a few tips about hands. So the thing about hands is the thing about anatomy is you need to first kind of understand the bones, right? You need to understand the bones and what range the bones can actually, move. Because this really helps understand when you're trying to draw from memory or just like you're trying to invent a pose for a hand when you more fully well, just the more hands you draw, but just like the more you understand the actual anatomy of the bones. So like in your forearm there are two bones. uh is it I think it's like radius and ulna, and then there's a bunch of metatarsals or whatever, just a bunch of wrist bones here. So let's do, this is the right hand. And in here, there are these bones. And then bone here. So that's kind of like your basic. I don't think I drew the thumb bone. Let me see. Uh, yeah, I drew it. Whatever. I drew it roughly okay. I mean, you just need to understand like kind of the rough placement of bones, right? So this bone actually comes more here. So this is kind of like the basic hand, and this is what you should be understanding here is where the joints are and the general kind of ratios. So there are like where bones connect. These are points of interest, and then I don't know. In here, there's a bunch like there's a fuck ton of bones there. That's but this is how you should understand kind of the hand, because of the relationships, right? So the way all these joints kind of line up, you know, these are things you need to understand. And then when you kind of understand this general kind of like in proportion to each other how they should seem, then it'll be a lot easier for you to make these hands, and it'll be easier for you to look at a hand that you've drawn and it looks kind of weird, and it'll be easier for you to kind of pinpoint what's wrong, because a lot of times I'm sure you can see that these drawings are they don't really look like hands. They kind of look like baseball. They look like baseball mitts, right? Um, but you can kind of see that they look maybe a little bit weird, but you don't necessarily understand why they look weird. But that's a good starting point. At least you know it looks wrong, because you will not be able to draw figuratively if you cannot see that what you've drawn is, pretty much wrong, right? Just it looks bad or it looks crazy or it doesn't look real to life. So I think when you understand the bones of the hand a little bit more, it helps. Um, and then you can start dressing the hand pretty much, right? You can start fleshing out these bones. You can start fleshing out these bones. And then I mean, it starts to look kind of convincing. Like it starts to look like, a hand. You start kind of fleshing out these bones, and I mean, you have to work it, but it starts to look like a hand. And then after you learn the bones, you can just generally kind of learn the general kind of like muscle masses, right? So like with the hand, you know that there's like this kind of big chunky part here, and then there's this big kind of like triangle, trapezoidy square part here, and then comes like this, and then like the pads, like the joints where your knuckles are. There's some flesh there, right? And then this is too squat. And then all of a sudden you have a hand that doesn't look like nuts, right? And then like when you're looking at your hand, you can kind of like inspect it, right? And go, okay, well, like the joints are here. So then when I bend when I try to bend the fingers, I don't like make it look weird. So you know where to have them. Also, like this is a pretty common mistake. I know you're trying to follow some kind of video by Psychra, right? But a lot of times people will draw hands. Uh, a lot of times people will draw hands like this. Like that's an exaggeration, but they kind of make the fingers at the base. They kind of try to make them touch, but that's not really what a hand looks like. Like everybody, well, I mean, if you're drawing with your hands, you have hands to look at, right? Like just look at your hands. Uh, so so something like this wouldn't be like right. There should be more. There should be space between the fingers, right? So it'd be more like not that skinny, but because this is kind of like a weird. This kind of looks like a weird side hand perspective. So all of a sudden, this hand was kind of like a little bit silly looking, and now like it's starting to be a little bit more real. So you can understand where the joints are and the different bones in the hand. So then, once you understand kind of like these general kind of ratios of how the line that connects these joints is like curved like this. Uh, I mean, this is probably too much information, but like a seal that has like a flipper, because or like a fish, because people evolved from marine life, right? Animals had flippers. If you look at animals, like this is what their flippers look like. Like that's where all the joints are like uh, in like fish hands and like I don't know seal hands. Like their flippers, like it's the same. Like the reason why there's all these lines down. Like the reason why we even have fingers is because, like, a fish flipper, right? It has all those like backbone things in him, right? Like it has all these kind of like line structures. That's those are like primitive fingers, right? And then eventually, like evolution kind of like kept eating away at this, and then it gave it like joints and whatever. So once you kind of like understand these hands, then you can kind of like break it up into simple shapes, right? So a lot of artists will, and this will lead into the figure drawing a little bit. Um, so then you kind of like you don't have to draw in all these bones now, but you can draw in shapes um, that represent those kind of relationships, right? So you draw this kind of like weird square that's like rounded up here, and then you can kind of like just draw the fingers like that. Like I guess what the other guy was saying, like Psychra. So you can kind of like do this, and then this is a lot easier to pose, right? Because then all you have to do is kind of like imagine the hand from the side. So like the hand is kind of like a wedge shape here, and then like the rest of your arm. So this is kind of like what a hand is like, right? And then if we did it from an angle, and then and if you just imagine each finger kind of like a connection of chunky like squares, it's a little bit easier to kind of like pose them. So this is the right hand looking from the right side. And then I don't know, like this is the pinky and this is the ring finger. And then you just have your thumb all the way fuck out here not doing anything. That's too high. So I don't know if I jumped around too much, but so you can kind of represent this middle kind of hand as a boxy shape that looks like that, and you can kind of represent this thing as like a weird triangle, and then these are just a series of boxes, little rectangular boxes. So then this is what you can think about when you're trying to pose it, right? Because if I told you, hey, draw a cube, like you understand what a cube is, right? Like you understand that these sides are parallel, these angles are all right angles, like right angle angles. Um, you like everybody understands a rectangular prism. Everyone understands what a cube is, right? Because then you're like, well, okay, we'll have to build this side of it, right? Well, these have to be parallel, and the opposite angles need to be the same. So, like, opposite line segments need to be parallel, right? Everyone knows how to draw a cube, and then if I told you draw from like face on, you just draw a square, right? Like if this was eye level and that's the horizon, like everyone understands what a cube is, right? That's why it's easier to imagine more organic, complicated body parts as these kind of boxy things because you know how to turn those in your mind in space easier. So if I told you, hey, just draw a hand from the side, you might go, well, I don't know, kind of like this or something. But then if you just kind of like imagine the box, and you already know how to change, and if you learn how to change from the box to like a more realistic looking hand, it's easy to map onto these boxy shapes what features you need to put there. So if you have all these like smaller boxes for the different segments of a finger, right? Then you go, well, okay, well at this joint, I don't know, the skin like bunches up here, and it kind of dips down here, and then bunches up a little bit again, and then here it like curves down a little bit to make the fingernail bed, and here it kind of curves out more or something, or like if it's like a bony hand, it curves in a little bit more, and then you can kind of like you map onto these kind of boxy shapes the real features, and then so you'll have an easy time drawing these boxy shapes, and then you can just easily see, oh, I know what kind of features need to be put at this intersection. I know what kind of features need to be put here. So this leads me into one thing you should understand is like just one thing that I see a lot of people do weird is the wrist to palm kind of ratio. I see so many people do this. Like they give them like the tiniest, like kind of like the tiniest hand, and then the side of their hand is like fat, like super fat. In general, it's pretty much the same like width. Like it's pretty much the same width there. I don't know. I just see it a lot, and also your fingers, in general, kind of like don't. You can't make the fingers longer than the palm of your hand, right? Like if anything, your fingers are like slightly shorter than the length, or like the same length. Because I see a lot of people make really long fingers, and it looks really alien. So this kind of idea of mapping features onto kind of boxy shapes kind of leads into like figure drawing, because what you can do is you can kind of imagine these bodies as see, what's wrong here is you kind of don't have the right kind of ideas of how a body should be constructed, and I think that's something really easily fixed, right? So if I were to draw this, shit. I wouldn't have the shoulders, right? Shoulders, like clavicle. Like, yeah, rib cage. And then here's like all the abdominal kind of like muscles, the abdominal wall. And then you'll have your pelvis down here. Your pelvis is kind of like, which way is it shaped? Is it this way? Well, the pelvis is kind of like this weird shape. It's like a diamond, but whatever. And then your legs connect there, right? Because your upper leg bone is shaped like this, has a ball socket here, and then it comes down here, has another bulbous end, then you have your knee, it has another bulbous end, and then you have your patella on top of the knee, and then tendons, and then you have two bones in your shin, and then they lead to a bunch of bones in your ankle, and then you have your foot. So, like I said before, first of all, like kind of understand your bones and how the bones attach. And then you'll have something more, you'll have something that will make a little bit more sense. And then you can kind of like simplify, you can kind of simplify all of this. Oh, all right, that looks terrible. You can simplify all of this. So if you wanted, you could just make something really simple. So you can just say, because there's a lot of structure in the upper. So this is like, these are like your pecs, right? This is that section of the body, right? And then you can just draw a ball here. You can just draw a ball. And then for the pelvis, you can draw another kind of like box or rectangular prism. And then, I don't know, some knees to your feet. So this seems like kind of silly. But what's great about this is what you can do from this kind of abstraction of the body is it's very easy to pose these boxes, right? If I told you, okay, if I told you, hey, Brian, just pose his chest this way, like so this is the front, right? Pose his chest that way, and I don't know, kind of make his hips turn up, make his left hip like come up, and then that's like the stomach area. From this, because you can really understand, like these are really clear boundaries, all the edges of the boxes, these are really clear boundaries of where, like in perspective, where features should be. So then from this you can go, oh, okay, well, like the pecs are up here, and like, well, this is the midline of the body, so he's kind of crunched this way from this side. Okay, the ribs are like still here because you can't really compress the ribs or something. And then, oh, well, his abs have to be stretched here because if this side is up, that means these hips are kind of like down. And then, well, I can easily find the middle of this rectangle up here, so that means I can easily find the middle of the rectangle down here, and I can draw this kind of like curved midline of the body, and that easily helps me like place his groin. I can put his groin here, and I can, okay, like, well, I know where his groin is now, so I can kind of understand where I need to put his leg, right? And I didn't think of what pose his legs are going to be in, but like, do you follow what I'm trying to, what the, like the principle of this is? And you go, oh, okay. Instead of just trying to guess, especially if you're kind of like questioning about, like you don't fully understand the anatomy, or you don't have a good enough kind of like reference photo. And then this works like and then you kind of just need to connect these things, right? So like this was the corner of the boxes, right? Well, this is the front of his body. You just need to connect these. You need to connect the corners, right? Because that's, so then what you would do for like what you do for like a twisted body. So okay, I want the upper part of his body facing this way, but then I want the bottom part of his body facing this way. So you kind of have this kind of twisted thing, right? But here's like the midline, here's the midline. So it kind of comes like this. And then you need to connect these. Right? And then you can kind of like put in the groin. And you can put in these legs. I didn't think of the pose for those legs. And then you can kind of start to think about the ribs and the placement of the ribs. And then I don't know if you have lats or not, if this guy works out a lot. Anterior deltoids, medial deltoids. You put the arms in. The traps. Put in kind of like the collarbones. You start to put in like the pecs, and then like easily from here you can kind of like just subdivide to get, I don't know, your abdominal kind of muscles. And then you can like start to put in your obliques, and then all of a sudden, maybe at the beginning you thought, oh, this kind of like twisted torso kind of position was going to be something weird and complicated. All of a sudden, all you need to do is just make these boxes, right? And then these boxes really help you out. They really help you keep everything kind of like organized, right? So it lets you just like plan the shape in a very systematic kind of like way, and then you kind of can just like fill it in, and you don't get lost, right? Because if I told you, oh, okay, face the chest that way and do it this way, and then also make sure that the hip is up and this one's kind of like extended, and you might get kind of confused and you might have a bit of a hard time imagining it. Yeah. So 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 yeah, so from what I can see here, it's just kind of a little bit of like not so good understanding of what bodies do, maybe. I mean, I don't know, that's a little bit harsh to say, I guess. But um like very general, like if we just use a circle for the head, neck, some connecting neck muscles, shoulders, like very general, like a very general kind of body that you could draw, just like this kind of like baseball, baseball base, kind of like groin, you know. I don't know, like just seeing this, like this is really weird. Having this kind of like segment of the arm, like the arm goes like this. I don't know. So if you wanted to do something like that, you'd have to like hike up hike up your shoulders that way. Um, what are some kind of like proportions for the body? I think the head. I don't quote me. You can find it. It's like seven heads or something. Like a body will be generally like seven heads tall, something like that. And like a good kind of like general rule, um, like your arm, like your arm can kind of like, this is what like, your range of, like what your arm range should be. Like your arm fully extended can kind of like will go over your crotch. Um, try not to make the upper part of your arm like longer than your forearm. And you have your hand there. What else? The eye. I don't know. I've probably given you enough. Or do you want me to go over the eye? I could go over the eye. So this is the construction of the eye, and this is what you're seeing. This is what you're seeing when you look at the eye. And then depending on your ethnicity or just the individual, you'll have like a fold for your upper eyelid. And then you'll kind of have like this brow bone. And then your eyebrow will rest on it. So I kind of went over that without saying anything. So what I see that you've done here, you just kind of went like this, which is not an eye shape. An eye is more what? Like an almond shape. It's more complicated than that, but like I don't know, it's like it has two kind of like points, right? So so you needed to like do this at least. And then another thing is like your iris isn't like a circle. Irises are circles, so you need to do it in a circle. Um, some things that you'll notice is the upper eyelid. So if you're just like a person looking straight on, the upper eyelid will cover some of the iris. So you need to be confident in your lines, because these lines here, right, and how they end, like how they disappear from view. They really need to say that this is a circle, right? So the way it curves up to here, and the line of the iris won't continue past the upper eyelid, right? So you need to draw it in such a way that I can easily imagine that this is a circle, right? Because the way you had drawn it, right? If we continued these lines, this is not making a circle. This is making like an oval, right? The upper eyelid will cover some of the iris. In the pupil, you'll want the pupil in the center of the iris, also a circle. And the bottom lid will cover some of the iris, like slightly or just touch it. Depending on your lighting settings, your pupil will be bigger or smaller. So a lot of times, maybe the upper part, like a lot of times in kind of like normal lighting, like not super bright lighting, um, your pupil won't be so constricted. Like it won't be so tiny. Like your pupil will be quite dilated. So you'll have to kind of like try to keep it in the center of the iris. And you kind of have to understand that there's this part of like this is the whole like bottom eyelid, right? Like sure it ends here, but like there's this kind of like if we're thinking about it in like 3D space, like your eye bulges, right? Kind of out of your face. Right? And then like this part is closest to us. And then this dark blue is further away from us, right? Because the eyes is bulging out towards us, towards the viewer. It's point it's coming out this way out of the page. And that's what I did here when I was doing this construction. So you could draw it just like that, but kind of like a helpful way of drawing the eye from construction, it helps you kind of fully understand that Well, yes, there is this kind of ball, and it's covered up by two pieces of things, right? So, like from the front, the eyeball is a circle, right? But in reality, an eyeball is kind of more grape shape, and it has like this cornea on the front. That's kind of like from a side. But from the front, it's pretty much a circle. So you can just do this, and then you basically just cover it up with eyelid, right? You basically just cover it up with eyelid. Here's like the under part of the under eye. And then, I don't know, put an eyebrow. And then all you have to do is like erase what shouldn't be seen, right? And you kind of end up with you end up with what an eye kind of looks like. Although, I mean, there are like a few intricacies like here and there, but like the general idea. And then you'll more fully kind of like understand what you need to do with shading. Yeah, I mean, that's the basic idea of eyes. But yeah, there's some. I mean, if you have pictures that you actually spent, if you have pictures you actually spent a lot of time on, I could more easily understand how to help you. But because you've given me only like these kind of like these 2 second, you've given me these kind of you've these like 30-second like sketches. It's a little bit hard to help you beyond this. Like, I kind of just try to give you like a quick overview of basic ideas and basic kind of ways to approach the body. The like kind of basic ways of like trying to trying to make things easier, more simple. Because then once you fully kind of grasp, like pun intended, like the bones of the idea, then it'll be way easier for you. You'll look at a reference photo and you'll see, oh yeah, I know where there's supposed to be a bone in that hand. Like there should be a bone here, there should be a bone here, and those ones are shorter. And like, yeah, I understand what's going on. And oh, did I draw it wrong? Did I draw it wrong because this joint's like way higher than this middle joint? Oh, like, and then you'll just pinpoint it, like, oh, that can't be real, like that's not right, because this joint's past this joint. I need to I can easily pinpoint, it looks wrong, and I know why it's wrong. It's like, well, I checked my joints and like, well, that joint shouldn't be past that joint. So that makes sense, right? Probably spent like a really long time explaining stuff, but I think that makes sense. But yeah, if you have something that you've worked longer on, um, that's probably something like that would be easier for me to try and help you. So I have to critique this. I don't know if it'll be. I don't know if it'll be helpful for you, but this is like a critique I have to do for a website that I'm kind of affiliated with. I agreed to do this co-hosted kind of critique tomorrow morning. Um, but it might be helpful if you want to stick around and just like watch me kind of how I pick things apart. So what I'm doing right now is I'm just circling things that I think are wrong or like weird. Yeah. Just like a lot of this a lot of this body is like weird. I don't like I understand this is some kind of weird like bear or something. But there's like weird stuff going on. All right. So those are the issues. Oops. And then I'll start doing the paint over. So this person kind of used some kind of weird. I don't know what they did. I don't know what they did to make it look like a video game, like an old video game, all those kind of pixels. But I'm not gonna replicate it. I'm just gonna draw over it. Oh, I have no music on. Maybe I'll turn on some music. My music that nobody likes.
A spirit climbs my spine to the brain, following the railroad tracks down again. I needed space with soul, maybe we can die there.
My. Oh shit, I didn't turn on Twitch alerts and stream tab. Mm. Really, man. ready. All right, let's see. Oh man, what do I do? What do I even do? Well, first of all, this lighting's like a little bit weird. So this lighting looks off. I don't know, like this is super bright for so far away. Like how is this more bright than here? Like this is way closer to whatever electric bullets he's shooting. The expression on his face is a little bit weird. If you kind of just tilt your head, the way his face is kind of seems like is he smiling? Like why would he be smiling? I don't know. Oh. Sepal merged. I don't know, this is just weird. So here's the top of his head. Then how's, like, this shoulder kind of suggests his shoulders are like this. Right? Ugh, I don't. What's going on? It's so weird. And just all these colors, I don't understand what these. I don't know what these different kind of things are. It's kind of confusing. So this isn't how. So first of all, these arms are way too long. Like these arms are like 100% too long. I don't know if I can paint over it to fix it. Like it's just so. It's just so much. I'm like repainting everything. The direction. Well, I should put this in here. the direction of this cape shouldn't be outward this way, right? Because the movement of the painting, right, is the bear, the weird cat bear is bounding this way, and then he's also kind of like moving this way. So if he was moving this way, his cape should trail behind him, right? Your cape should trail. Your cape should trail you. So like, I don't know. And I mean, I don't think he's going at him. You wouldn't dash towards somebody, right? He's clearly like falling backwards, right? The bear's jumping at him and he's falling backwards, right? I mean that has to be it. Yeah, I kind of just want to erase his arms completely. It's kind of confusing what kind of pants he's wearing. I don't understand the fabric in the pants. The fabric almost looks like they're rubber tubes. So as we unobscure the body, we we realize more and more issues with the anatomy. So his leg kind of comes over here. So his hip is like the way it joins to his hip is like awkward. So I need to draw some lines. So that's just too small. He needs bigger feet. Here, knee kind of joins up. This other leg needs to look like it's leading this way. Spine coming up from back. Well, the pelvis is like here somewhere. Spine. Got some shoulders. Nope. So if you want a head, you want a head on an actual neck. Something over here. Shoulder. That kind of makes more sense. Oh. Unleash De La Rosa. Thanks for the follow. Alright. Yeah, I'm just to do this kind of paint over, I'm just when the pose is so wrong. I don't want to say wrong. It's so harsh to say like this is some I mean, this is something somebody has worked on, right? This is something somebody has worked on. It's that's too harsh. That's too harsh to just say, this is just like straight up wrong or you don't I mean, but in a way it's true. Like in the crudest way it's true. In the crudest, unfeeling way it's true. So, I don't know where all this... Oh, he's drawn some kind of circle. Yeah, these are like some kind of like magic circles at the end of his gun. Oh, that's really hard to read. Because from far away, it just looks like light. But regardless, that's not going to end up there. So if we kind of like examine the body, it's very awkward. Let's just examine the bear. Let's give the bear this kind of like red outline and fully understand what he has drawn here. Already you can see how it looks kind of ridiculous. Like the head is not bad, but you can see, do you see how like weird, like how weird that looks? It's so weird. Maybe I should use another. It's just wrong. Like I'm not an expert on bear anatomy, but this doesn't look correct, like the way that the hand is. I mean, the paw. There's no kind of understanding of the behind body, like the body that's following. That's a little hard to see. I don't know what's going on there, but it's like this. So if this is the head and that's the end of his ass, like where's the leg, right? He didn't finish the body. Like what's this leg on this side doing? I don't know why there'd be kind of like a point here. I don't know. I'd have to look up what a bear looks like. Yeah, a bear's body is pretty much like a fat dog, sort of. It's like a fat dog. So what that means is, like with a dog's body, you kind of have like this big chest, and then you have these hips here, and the legs they bend this way, and bent like this, and you have like I don't know, but like a bear is obviously just like really like big, has a lot more muscle than a dog. It has this giant. So I mean, it could be that this bear kind of has like a belly or something, but this corner is very very strange because he's trying to let us believe that it connects here, Mm, I don't think these eyes look angry enough. Hmm. I need to see what a bear looks like when it's attacking. I don't know. He's making it attack like a cat. Bear attack. I don't think bears kind of do that. I don't think bears leap like that, right? But I guess I mean this isn't like this isn't I mean this isn't like a bear. This is like some kind of weird saber-toothed bear. All right. So I think a bear like the way a bear's arms are, I think it's more I think bears are more humany than people kind of like imagine. So it's kind of weird this area here. I don't know. Fuck. I'm no bear expert. How do I make this look like? And I don't think the hand would be like that. I think the hand would be more grasping, like it would be swiping like this. So like bear hug, right? Like I think the motion of the hand is kind of more like he's swiping like this way. So something more like this. And he's like trying to grab him like this. And I don't know why this arm is so emaciated over here. So I think it'd be something more like this. And then with the perspective, his body wouldn't necessarily like be this way, but then the way his shoulders are squared like this, it kind of doesn't follow his. I don't know. I think his body should be more behind him. And then I don't know. I have to look at the bear pictures again, but something like this, or I don't know, the legs, the leg in distance like that. There's a lot of scribbly lines. Something like this. Here, I'll use green to try and finalize what scribbles I like. Is the music levels alright? Um, yeah, I don't really know what to do with the back of the body yet. I'll figure it out. Well, first I need to fix the body. The human body. This, whatever this is like crazy. Him putting a shadow here makes his knee look broken. So that's not good. I don't know what this is. This is all his. See, the more we erase and remove his clothes, the more we see kind of like the weirdness of the way he's been drawn. Because if we just kind of like look at this as his body is here somewhere, right? This is his shoulder kind of coming back, butt over, and then this is his chest across. Across. So his head doesn't like join the body when you pull this kind of figure apart, right? So it doesn't make sense. That's why the original looks so Hegel like okay, this arm's super long and super skinny, and I don't understand how it attaches to the body, and this arm is bent, and yet the hand doesn't go. Like this arm is bent like a lot, and it's not further out than this hand, but this arm looks completely outstretched, and it's barely longer, right? Like the length difference should be way different. If you straighten this arm, like his hand would be inside the bear. So it's like this kind of like weirdness that's going on. That's your critique. That's not a very helpful. That's not a that's not a very helpful critique. That's not your critique. That's not a very helpful. Yo, bro, it sucks. A critique. I guess that is a critique, but uh, but if you want to be like a helpful person, oh man, that's hilarious. Oh man, if I did that to everybody. Oh, hey everybody, I'm doing critiques today. Oh, you want a critique? Nice. Your drawing sucks. Next person. No, I erased his arms. I erased his arms because they looked weird. Look how weird his arms are. Like, really, really think about it. I'll be back. I'll be right back. I need to wash my face. I ruined his life. Don't worry, I'll draw his arms back. I'll give him new arms. Something like that. Just the whole, I don't know, just the whole angle that he's done this at is kind of weird. It's just like just the angle that he had drawn this at kind of looks like, if you look at the original, it looks like his legs broken. Like why is there a shadow there? I don't understand. So his thigh needs to exist here to make sense. And then I'll make his knee come up over here. Yeah, these lines are curving too early. It's making his thigh look really flat. This. Do one of these. Do some of this. It's done. Just the way all of this is connecting is like weird. something like this, and then just have a real person-sized foot. Something like that. See, like with the plane of his face, he's not even facing the bear. He's looking like this. I don't know. That can't be right. It just can't be right. Well, so the kind of feeling you want his spine to be like here. You want his shoulders to be here. You want his head, like the back of his head, like here, and he's like shooting like this. That's what you want, right? Alright, let's see. Mm, I'm just trying to preserve. I'm just trying to preserve their drawing as much as I can without, like, just completely painting over it. But that that that's not gonna work. Maybe something like this. I'll have to turn the face a little bit. I don't know. So let's kind of just erase this face because it doesn't make any sense. Put that here. Move the ear forward a little bit. What do the arms look like? Some kind of silver thing. Fabric, silver thing. Alright. So let's just draw in silver. So the shoulder is here somewhere. The other shoulders here. That still looks wrong. So if this leg is pulled up, yeah, the left arm should be extended and the right arm is kind of back. No, that's too long. Hmm. What's a more natural pose? So, jumping up. No, it should be opposite. Yeah, it should be opposite. So what? This arm's like. No. Something like that. Something like this. This is probably something like this. This is the top of the gun. It's shooting like this. This is something like this. No, it should. It, yeah, it should be slightly angled. So, should be. Should be something like. Hey, hey, Nigmatic. How you doing? Yeah, I wish I had more viewers. All right. You showed me a picture before Enigmatic. Did you want me to was that you asking me to look at it? I I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I guess I'm not cool enough. I'm not a cool kid. Okay. Ugh, I can't save pictures from Instagram. Why? All right. Oh, you can't pit in Photoshop. All right. Um. So if you wanted me to look at this, I would say her how she's positioned her body is a little bit weird. So it's a little bit. It's a little. I mean, okay. So one thing you should always try to do is draw the bones, right? This is a good way to try to objectively look at your drawing and to see if the bones of it is not making it look weird. So what I'm doing is I'm just gonna put bones in. So her hands needs to be bigger. So here. So I don't know if you can see the problem. I don't know if you can see the problems now, but there are some problems. So for me, if I were just to quickly kind of like, if I were, like, I think this looks weird. I think the way the shoulders are weird. The boobs are kind of weird. I mean, stylistically, I mean, I wouldn't draw a face like that, but I don't know, maybe you want your faces to look very angular. So, okay, so like those are the things I kind of don't like, and let's see how I change them. So this breast looks very flat. It looks completely flat, and also it's very droopy. And this looks like a young woman, right? So what so what you need to think about is her shoulders, right? So you've done this kind of slanted shoulder thing, right? What is this? Okay, so if you're doing a study, don't study from other people's studies. Do find your own picture and do your own studies, because you're going to do the bad habits that these other people are doing, and all you've done is copied all you've done is like copy his mistakes, and there's stuff wrong with the way he drew his. Like it looks like it's pretty wrong. Um, so don't do studies from other people's drawings, especially if they're not like, I don't know, super professional or something. Just do it from a person, you know. Just get any old picture. Oh, private classes. Yo, I'm right here. I'm right here, bro. I'm right here, bro. You want some private you want some private lessons, bro? I'm right here, bro. Okay, let me tell you what's wrong with this. This breast is really droopy. So one thing you need to understand about shoulders and breasts is that uh, it should make a parallelogram. Oh, I thought so. I thought so, man. I thought so because it looks like his style. It looks like his style of drawing with the way the lines are and stuff. I mean, I think he's a good artist, but I think I would think, for me, I would say you shouldn't draw from drawings, you should draw from a real person. Uh, but see, so one thing they should understand is like the breast and and the shoulders should kind of make a parallelogram, right? So if I drew a lady from the front and she doesn't have her shoulders kind of tilted, and you kind of have like a neck here. So this is kind of generally like this is her shoulders and her, I don't know, her shoulders would be more like this, but like, right? So here, her shoulder joints, right? Like you can kind of see how these are parallel, right? Like this is parallel to, like, I don't know if you connected the nipples or something, right? Like this is kind of like parallel, and I don't know if you were to extend this into like a box, right? So then if you were to all of a sudden slant the shoulders, right? The breasts are connected to the shoulders, right? Like all your body is connected. Like you're one contiguous person, right? You're one contiguous like shape, right? So if this shoulder goes up, the breast should follow it, right? The breast should follow coming up, and then because this shoulder's more down, the breast hangs lower on this side, right? So you have this person, and now she's kind of like, now she's like this, right? That makes sense, right? Like, do you see how this makes sense? Like this is, and then her shoulders are like this. Like, would you agree that this like makes sense? That if your left shoulder goes up, if your left shoulder goes up, your left breast must follow, right? So you can see how there's this kind of parallelness between these kind of angles, right? So so then that's that's what's the problem here, right? So not only does it look flat and it's too low because this shoulder is up, it's also not in front of this other breast. You're kind of like in 3/4 perspective. So her other breast needs to be up, but also like in front of this one. So do you see how this makes sense? And then there should be some kind of fabric here. I don't know what kind of bikini top you think exists, but there should be some kind of like a clasp or something that holds that fabric together. And then the strings. And for me, the shoulder is too far in. It's too far in. You need to bring the shoulder out. Do you see how much more relaxed she looks now? Do you see how that looks different? Like her shoulders right is like right beside her neck, right? She has there's no side to this, right? So she's like, it's like she's trying to put her shoulder up to her ear or something. It's quite uncomfortable looking. So I don't know what your intention was, but I'm gonna move the arm. And then just give her like a real sized hand. So you need to place the rib cage around the breasts, right? So find the midline of the body, right? Find this midline, and then appropriately add in the rib cage. And this leg is just really fat. So there's a muscle here. You need to have a curve there. There's a muscle that exists here. You need to have these subtle, gentle curves. And then this is perspective, right? So if this line, the back of her leg, think about the back of her leg, right? This is the back of her leg. It will go behind this leg. It's going behind her body, connecting to her ass, right? Her left butt cheek, right? So this line needs to go backwards, right? It needs to cross over, right? It needs to go back. Does that make sense? You have to imagine where this line is leading. Right? It's going back, and then it's a part of her butt. Right? Like that's the see-through perspective, right? Her leg goes back and is like a part of her like. Well, okay, let me see. This is kind of like, I don't know. For me, this is like a weird kind of a weird posture. I kind of don't fully understand what the. I kind of don't fully understand the point of what's going on here. Yeah, I kind of don't understand what this pose is. So this is why it's important to, like, sure, draw in the weird, like, draw in his, like, that guy's, like, boxy kind of way. Like, you can draw boxy like him, but you need, like, a real, you need a real person. Because, like, this, I don't know, what's going on here is just, like, weird. Because this stance, just really think about how she's standing. This leg is kind of like forward, but her hips are very rolled under, right? You've drawn her hips really rolled. Like this is one hip, like you've drawn it really rolled under, and then it's very awkward. Like, because this is the midline of her body, right? She's very flexed, right? If we just draw kind of like the cross section of her body, like she's very flexed, right? Her back is very arched. So from the side, what you've drawn, her doing this. And it's very strange. Does that make sense how this is like this? Like her leg is kind of like behind her, but she's like, I don't know. And her legs, you've drawn her legs like spread apart. Here, let me see. Oh, okay. I covered up the things you've done. Okay, I kind of understand. Like, this is the front, and this is the front, and this is how it's square to the viewer. Like, this is kind of like pointing this way. No, this way. So, no, that was my fault. Let me erase some of this. I don't know. So she's standing this way. I don't know. It still looks like she's like putting her ass in the air, kind of like. I don't understand. Like this? So she's just standing shoulder length apart. Okay, this makes more sense now. Like that. So the major issue was, for me, the major issue was like this location. The way her breast was so low. It was so low, and the shoulder was too in. That's like the major problems. And then for me, I just shaved this. Like for me, I know some women are kind of like that. Like it's very thick at the top. Like it's quite protruded at the top. But I mean, if we're just drawing, it's always better to draw kind of like the average or like the typical. Because I know I've seen women that it's just really wide here. It's really wide here. But if you're gonna do that, I guess make it even. But does that make sense? Does that make sense? The things I've changed. where are my art classes? You should restart a painting and show how you go about starting a painting anyway, the approach. Where's your art classes? I paid for a painting. You'd paid for classes? I mean, I've never really thought of it. Um, I guess I could do that. Like do some kind of like private classes. Like do maybe do like group classes or something where it's like I don't know, maybe two people and I'll join them in like voice chat and I'll be able to talk to them. I just never really thought about it. I didn't know if people actually wanted that, you know. Because especially because I've been kind of giving the I've been giving it away for free, right? I've been helping people for free. So I didn't really think about charging people, but I mean, I guess I could. I'd have to think about. So he pretty much does the same thing that I'm doing right now for free, is what you're saying. Um, yeah, I mean, I'd have to I'd think about how much to charge and I'd have to think about it more. But I mean, no one's really kind of like approached me asking for private classes, right? No one's no one's asked me, "Hey, I need private lessons or something. I don't want to put my stuff on stream. Like I don't want people to see my stuff. I just want a private lesson." So, that's probably mostly why I haven't done one. What did you say you wanted to ask me how I would start a painting? Like you want to see what it looks like? Oh, all right. Is it are you just having problems with Photoshop like specifically? Like do you feel like you draw well on paper, but it's just Photoshop that you're having problems with? Yes, and I am not afraid to paint on canvas, but in Photoshop I get a mental block and don't know how to start my painting process. I don't know, how much? This is so weird. Maybe I'll just type it. Alright. So if he's jumping backwards like this, he's jumping back like this. You can't see me now, but I'm trying to pose. I'm trying to pose like this guy. Damn. Let's erase these arms. Okay, this looks crazy. Yeah, it's, I don't know. It's not that bad. I don't think it's like awful. I don't know. Have you seen me work? Like, I mean, I don't know what you think about my ability or lack thereof, but I mean, I don't know. Sometimes things kind of stump you. Sometimes, so it's like don't give up. So the way this is drawn is crazy. So just erase this. It's so crazy what it was before. What's going on? Okay, just let me erase this. The other shoulder's there somewhere. No. Bring this shoulder up. No, man, it's not that bad. I see really bad people. It's not that bad. God, I just don't know where this guy's body is. What is going on? How to blend colors? Um, so blending colors, you need a pressure sensitive tablet. Here, if you just want to talk about blending colors. Like what? You want, like what do you mean? Like doing a gradient? Like you want to do like some kind of like. So first of all, sometimes you need to change your brush, right? So this is a hard brush, right? You can see that it's a hard circle, right? It's a hard circle. So what helps is having a softer edge, right? You can see that it's more fuzzy, right? So you could try something more fuzzy like that. But also you could try sometimes even that is a little bit solid in the center. Um, so what you can do is grab a different kind of brush, right? So a textured brush. So a textured brush kind of helps because it lets the colors behind kind of show through a little bit sometimes. So so if you're doing some kind of like no, I don't like this brush. No. So in some programs, their brushes have built-in smudge, right? Some programs it'll smudge it while you're painting with certain kind of tools. So that's one thing to kind of think about. That some programs do colors different. So skin tones are generally like not that saturated. Also skin tones, a lot of things about skin tone is you have to know where to put color and where to not put color and what kind of colors might exist there. Oh. Um well, I guess just that's just practice. I don't know. Can you just do one for me and show it to me? Oh, I need to change my screen settings. All my colors are weird. Oh, these colors look way different than I thought they were.
I can't do this. I can't give up my favorite foods. Pillowy mounds of mashed potatoes.
Alright. That's a weird video. I saw this one thing about coloring or doing. I saw this one thing about doing skin tones like a kind of faster way. I think I kind of understood it. Though what he was implying was do all your values in red first. So imagine you're doing the painting in grayscale, but pretty much just do it in red. And this is for, I mean, obviously this would be for more for lighter skin tones, as everything is, because people be racist. So the idea was you kind of do everything in red scale. Let me see if I can pull this off. So you kind of do your painting in this red, all your values in like red. And then you go over top of it. You go over top of it in like the medium skin tones. And what this kind of achieves is that it kind of tries to achieve. Let's see if this works. This is not working out. Let me see. I think I did it. I think that's what I did here. But I don't remember what I did. Whoops. like the way, I don't remember how I did this. What did I do? What did I do? I guess I put the colors thicker down. And what this does is when you do it in red value, when you do all your values in red, and you're like doing this when you're painting it over into the skin tone that you want it to be, what happens is there gets to be like this kind of natural looking kind of variation in redness around the face. There's all these like very small different value changes in red. I mean saturation changes in red. So, and then it kind of like peaks out. It kind of peaks out in places where you do want it to happen, like in folds. Folds kind of are a little bit more red. Definitely like different areas around the eyes are a little bit more reddy looking, like the what something like uh uh
What would I do without your smile? Drawing me in, you kicking me out. Got my head
So did you kind of see how that kind of worked?
bringing you down. How many times do I have to tell you? Even when you're crying, you
Maybe it'd be better if I kind of like made this eye not crazy looking.
your mommy.
Okay. What are you thinking about when you're singing this song?
Everything.
Like what?
Just.
Because I see you, like your thought patterns are all over the place.
Right.
Number one is you cue and you can sing. Make it mean something.
You know, for me, honestly, I would have left the guitar.
I tried to change it up a little bit.
I know I get that, but it's such an intimate song to then start taking us to the club halfway through doesn't really work, you know.
Can I suggest something, guys? I can see on your list you've got Say Something. Why don't you sing us this song as if this was your first single? And just sing the song like you mean it.
Okay.
Have you ever been through like a heartbreak in your life or any like a difficult time?
I lost my little brother last year. he
hear
was
that.
19.
So you've been through really tough times.
Yeah, but everyone.
Can you please use that when you sing?
How dare you ask me that?
I'm so dead nervous for him. I just wanted to do good.
God damn it, what did I do here? What am I doing? Huh? 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 Oh, okay. It's too red. I need to get more yellows. There we go. That's too dark.
Anywhere would follow you. Say something I
Oh. That just fucked it up. Oops.
stumble and fall. I'm still learning to love and I'm starting to fall. Say something, I'm giving up on you. Anywhere I wouldn't follow you. Say something, I'm giving up on you. I'm giving up on you.
Well done, Jake.
Thank you.
Good for you. Look, I'm with you all the way, Jake. You know, the first song, Mel was 100% on the money. You weren't focused.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that
Yeah.
perfect, but
Oh man, it's been so long since I've been drawing. Took such a long break. No excuse. This is garbage. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. But something like that.
Really good. That was hot. Seriously hot.
Yeah, Jake, the second song was so emotional, and it was like you meant every single word.
Alright, man.
To have critique
And what did I do here?
and then come
What colors are these? I'm so bad at picking colors sometimes.
you're going to have to vote. Louis?
What is this? What? But I was there.
Absolutely yes.
Definitely yes for me.
God damn everything.
Yes. No doubt.
You know what, Jake?
Oh, right. I didn't have that color.
This opportunity, so this is 4 easy yeses.
Thank you so much.
But before you go, I think I should give you a hug.
Right, let's do this.
I just
This is
feel
fine by me.
compelled. Oh, hug it out, brother. You can squeeze me a little bit tight if you want. Okay, that's really good. Thanks.
Hi, make sure you don't miss out on any of the latest X Factor business by clicking subscribe.
So is this what you meant? Just doing this kind of stuff? Just like... Is this what you meant? Doing these kinds of things? Just like literally just blending colors? Oh. Um... Can you not even do it like the shitty way I'm doing it here? You can't even do it to how shitty I'm doing it right now, because it's not very nice what I'm doing. It's not great what I'm doing. Yeah, the kind of brush you have kind of helps. Okay. Oh, yeah, you switched from the Surface Pro, right? So yeah, that's one thing you could do. You could try to switch up the kind of brush you have. Um, I think in Photoshop there are settings you need to change so that your brush doesn't paint so thickly. So if you're finding that your brush strokes are getting like really dark or something, you could try just turning your opacity down so that you can press harder and you can feel more free to press down. And then you're not putting so much. You know? So you can get more subtle kind of variations. In Photoshop, you can change opacity, but you could also change just, I think there's an option flow. So flow kind of acts like whether or not something's like dry brushed or not. So with like when you're painting for real, right? Sometimes if you make your paint brush very dry, like you only put a little bit of paint on it, that's kind of what flow does, right? Because that's the kind of idea. That's why it's called flow. Like I don't know, like the flow coming out of a Sharpie is different. Like the flow out of a very wet brush, like the amount of paint that spills out, is different to a very dry brush, or the flow out of a Sharpie is very different to the flow of a Sharpie is very different to flow out of a Sharpie is very different compared to a to like a ballpoint pen, right? Hey man. How you doing? Man, I don't know what I was doing here. Why does this look so confidently done? I painted this eye too. Why is this one so confident and the other one so shitty? Jesus. Fuck my life. What did I do here? I don't know. I mean, I was painting people, so I kind of understood the colors better. Oh. Anyways, I should get back to the paint over I actually need to do. Made by the bear's paws and his limbs and the legs. I'm trying to read what my friend sent to me. It's almost a diagonal quadrilateral. Made by the bear's paws and his limbs. The leg is sort of leading into that light thing. Straight and curved lines in the picture should be drawing the eyes towards the light shape. Because that's where the first... You can twist the guy's left leg so the shape. Let me see. Let me see. She's my friend. I showed my friend this picture and she's trying to tell me. How you doing, K320? How you been? I haven't been streaming very much over the holidays. What am I doing here? What am I doing here? Don't you, how was your Christmas? Don't you have a boyfriend or something? Is that you? Are you the one with the boyfriend? You have a boyfriend? Does everybody here have boyfriends? Is this the boyfriend club? He has better attacks in mystic arts. Nice, 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 sick. Why does this have to be so difficult? Why do you have to draw it so weird? You guys are so weird. Did he, did he get you something good? I hope so. He was in Canadian money. Gross. And then you dumped him because he tried to give you Canadian money. A gift card to what? If it it really depends. It's like, oh, he give you a gift card to clothes or something, but then he like he fucking gives you like a gift card to he like gives you a gym membership for the New Year's. And you're like, you fucking bitch. My friend says, my friend's telling me this is too much work. It's too much work. It's too crazy. It's too crazy. It's too much to fix. Is it too much to fix? And then what? I move this shoulder over more. Alright, alright. I'll see you later, Enigma. I'll be streaming tomorrow, pretty sure. Do you listen to podcasts, Enigma? I mean, not Enigma. K320. I mean, people have probably talked about it before, but there's one called Serial, and I like it. It's interesting because I find it interesting because I find it interesting because it's like a crime. It's a true story. Jesus. Oh, go look it up. It's free. You can just go look it up. It's I think it's pretty cool. It tells the story. The reason why it's called Serial is there used to be radio shows or like weekly stories in the newspaper, and they were called serials, right? Serial, right? Serial, like sequential. So it would just be every installation would be a progression of the story, right? So there'd be these weekly serials, right? And so this is what this podcast does. It groups its stories into seasons, and every season is a different story that they're investigating. Like they actually investigate it. They're not just telling. So the first season is about how this girl died, and there's kind of confusion about who did it, right? They've arrested somebody. This person's already in jail and has already been convicted of it, right? But they kind of delve into the whole crime, what happened that day, how the police kind of investigated it, and then the people who run the podcast, they also interview all the people that were involved. They like go talk to the guy that's in jail. They talk to some of the witnesses. They talk to some of the police. They talk to other experts to kind of talk about this case, because what they're trying to figure out is, because they feel like that the way the arrest went down and the way that the court case went down in court, how the case went down in court, they think it was unfair, so they're trying to uncover the truth to try and see if he was wrongfully convicted. And so they kind of go, yeah, each week is a continuation, and you come across revelations at the same time as the radio host, right? Like the investigator. The investigator finds out things, and then each week, like, you find out the same things that they find out. So you're kind of like this investigator's like sidekick, and you learn about the case at the same time they kind of do, right? So it's kind of interesting, and there's all these kind of ups and downs, like, oh, did he do it? Oh, but Jennifer said that Billy wasn't at the park at 3 p.m., and oh, but Cassandra said she saw Billy at the library at 2 p.m., so there's no time for Billy to have gone to the park and killed Jennifer or something. Like, it's that kind of stuff. And then they kind of like each podcast, they keep digging into the past and all the court documents, and they dig into all the information trying to figure it out. So it's pretty engrossing. It's pretty cool. I listened to all of it all at once. So it's pretty cool. I like if you like crime, if you like crime kind of stuff, I think you might like it. Well, there's this one part where everyone takes their shirts off, right? And then all these guys, right? They're all on the football team. And then everyone's just like, whoa, whoa, it's all getting really soapy and slippery, right? Right? And then and then they're like, whoa, I've never had these kind of feelings before, Jason. Yeah, me too, Tyler. Whoa. And then the coach comes in, right? And the coach is all like, "Hey, everybody." And he's all like, "Hey, everybody. That's not how you do it. So then, so then he teaches, and then everyone learns a lesson, and then they're all like, "Don't do drugs, kids." Right? That's how it ends. And then everyone forgot about who killed the girl. It's all just like everyone forgot. Everyone got too busy getting busy. Uh 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 3 Kappa 5 me? I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get what you're saying. What does that even mean? I don't get it. Can you guys teach me? Shit. No, you pervert. Jesus. I'm not gonna tell you weird gay stories while you jerk off watching me. Jesus. You have to pay me. You have to pay me to do that. I'm not some slut. I'm not just some slut. You could tell that you can just tell to like fucking get your rocks off. Jesus. If you want to know what happens to Coach Hardwood, if you want to know what happens to Coach Hardwood and the entire varsity football team, you're gonna have to donate money, and that's the end of it. K320. That's all you need to know. You got $6? I'm waiting. Just donate the money and you get to know what happens to Coach Hardcock. I mean, Hardwood. I didn't say that. I said Hardwood. I said Hardwood. Shut up, everybody. Great. Now I'm gonna have to delete this whole. I'm gonna have to delete this whole VOD. Nobody say anything. Everyone, shut up. Shut up. Everyone die. Silenced. Get wrecked. So I think this looks a lot nicer than the original. And then uh does this podcast have that specific story? I mean kind of. A little bit. No, not really. I've completely changed it. I've I mean, I don't know. It's hard to say because I don't know what this artist fully intended. So it's hard to say fully what should be done or what feeling he's going for. So it's kind of difficult. Alright, I'm gonna be back. I have to go to the washroom. Oh, no, the music's not playing right now. I think my music just ended.
down again. I needed space with
My voice. Already dead. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, do you stream? Oh, oh, you just mean in general that you have nice calming music? I mean, I don't know. Especially for me when I'm listening to music and I kind of have to try to answer people's questions while I'm working. It's difficult. It's difficult when the music's like so hype and like I don't know. Sometimes it's hard for me. It's hard for me to talk while people like some guy is singing, right? What song? What song? Is it Oh Holy Night? Get it? Because 'Cause you fell on your knees, oh night divine. Huh? Huh? Get it? Is it 'cause of that? Cause you're like, fall on your knees, oh night. You're welcome. You're welcome for that singing. You're welcome. I won't even charge you that time. Thanks. Oh, all I want for Christmas is you. Was it the Mariah Carey version? Nice, man. Nice, man. You're so impressive. You're really impressing me right now. Ew, gross. Ew, gross. I said gross. Mm. Sorry, I'm showing the painting to my friend, and I'm talking to her on Skype. So she's giving like she's a lot better with animals than I am. So I'm kind of like asking her a few kind of like what she thinks of the stuff, cause man, I don't want to research fucking how to draw a bear. She can do it for me. No, I'll just let her do it. Yeah, this guy didn't add any of the teeth. All the teeth that should be here. I researched so many Star Wars species to create an original character, and ended up with only a few paragraphs of information. For the one I picked the BIM furred species. Why? Why were you doing this? Hey, the guy with face. How you doing? I'm just doing a paint over for a friend. They matched the character description I wanted and fit for a good backstory for my character, but aren't talked about much, so I have a lot to do on my own. Friend wanted friends to join them in creating shameless Star Wars self-inserts. that's that's hilarious. I'm alright. Pretty, I mean, overall, like a pretty good a pretty good holidays. There are a few things that kind of pissed me off during my holidays, but I don't know. It can't be perfect, right? Sometimes you gotta make. I mean, it's pretty good. I can show you what it looked like before. This is the original. And I was asked to do a paint over for it. There's a lot of things wrong with it. There's a lot of weird things with the anatomy. Oh, thanks, Pura87. Thanks for the follow. Welcome to the slumber party. Didn't update. Didn't update the follower. No, okay, it updated. So it's kind of like this, but like you can see how the anatomy is quite awkward. I would say it's kind of awkward. So I'm doing a paint over to kind of fix. So you can see how I've changed it, right? The guy with face. Thanks for the follow. So I'm just kind of trying to correct it, you know? And then the bear is like really awkward looking. Like, look how weird the bear is. Look how weird this arm is and how weird this arm is, right? Like it's all just like, it's a good idea and like but it's just like all these things are wrong with it, you know? Like the lighting's weird, the way, like why is it so bright here? And over here this is too bright. Like, if all the light is coming from these guns, whoa, that's not the right pressure. If all the light is coming from these guns, this kind of lighting, like you need to consider where your light source is, right? And like, like this rock all the way over here is like amazingly bright. It's like amazingly bright. So you just kind of like, he has like kind of the right idea, but it's just like some of the finesse. And like if the light's coming from the guns and his legs are there, he should have a shadow, right? There should be some kind of shadow on the ground. So it shouldn't be just like, you know. So I'm just kind of like, I tend to do this. I tend to like do too much. And you can see like the bear is missing all its teeth, right? Do you see all the teeth that the bear doesn't have? It just has all these like front teeth, and it has 3 teeth over here, but he didn't put any teeth on this side. And then these teeth are like not what, I mean, I'm not a bear expert, you know. I would have to go search like stuff about bears, but you know, like this is not my painting. Like so I'm not gonna like freaking like do research. I'm not gonna do research. I'm just gonna try to fix it. And like the expression in this eye is so friendly. But it needed to be angry. Can I draw a character for you? Whoa, that's a weird link. What kind of weird porn did you just post? But I spent quite a bit of time. I was in another stream earlier, and one of the names I gave him for a commission he wanted was you. Wait. Wait, what? Wait, what are you saying, Forgotten Crowd? I was in another stream earlier, and one of the names I gave him for a commission he wanted was, oh, someone wanted a commission, and you told him I should do it? Oh, that's really nice of you. That's really nice of you, Forgotten Crowd. You want a Gnar? Oh, that's so cute. That's actually really easy to do. Because it's a lot of large, simple shapes. Cartoony things were so nice and easy to do. Some guy wanted a commission, the streamer turned him down, and I gave him some names. You're one. Oh, nice. Thanks, Forgotten Crowd. That's really nice. That's really nice that you thought of me. Yeah, the guy with face. The Gnar. You know, I can't, like, I need to finish these drawings first, and it's kind of like, I don't know. I've taken a lot of breaks helping people. I don't know, and it's I don't know. Like, I like helping people, but at the same time, I kind of don't like it, I don't know, it feels weird doing art for free for people. I mean, uh, but why do you want something? How would you want it? How would you want it different? How would you want that Gnar different? Cause that Gnar looks really nice already. Like, how? Why would you want me to redraw it? Like, I don't like I don't like do you does that make sense? Like, I don't know what the difference is. Why not just take that picture and instead of me trying to redraw it or something for you? Oh yeah, and then he had a cape. So what am I gonna do for this cape thing? What did it look like before? Well, that can't exist. So I mean, I guess the cape would go this way, sort of. Somewhere here. The cape would exist somewhere over here. See, because if he's falling this way, it doesn't make sense that his cape is like flattening out like that. Like that doesn't make any sense. So that's why I'm kind of putting the cape kind of like this. I mean, I think this is pretty much done. I think if I do much more, I'm just gonna be repainting the whole painting for him. But I don't know. This seems fine. Seems fine to stop here. It's quite a lot already. It's quite a lot what I've done for him. Oh, maybe I'll just I need to merge these layers. Merge down. Merge down. So you can see the difference. You can see how the very awkward pose gets kind of fixed. I've kind of taken away too much brightness. I need to introduce a little bit more light back into it. You guys are funny. I'm gonna put great care into putting back the electricity. Look how much care I've taken in putting back the light. Maybe I've taken too much light out. I need to bring some of it back. Something like this. Maybe these ones get hit a little bit. There we go. Just a little bit. Just give it a little bit. And this rock is amazingly bright. Why is this rock so bright? This rock doesn't make any sense being that bright. I don't know what the hell any of this is, but it needs to be darker. You want K320 to draw it? Whoa, I feel insulted. Okay, that's enough. That's enough on this. So, whoa, I haven't saved it. I haven't saved this the whole time. Jesus. What if it crashed? What if it crashed? I would have lost everything. I didn't save it once. I didn't save it once. I was drawing on it for like an hour or something. I would have lost everything. I don't know. I would have lost everything. Oops. Alright. Okay, that's enough. That's enough of this painting. I have to work on the second one. There's one more I have to work on. Alright. Like sun. Alright, so I'm downloading the pictures right now. And they are... I mean, they're not bad. They are... The hell? Where are they? What the hell? What the hell? They just disappeared. I put them on my desktop and they don't exist anymore. What the fuck? Ghosts? Was it ghosts? No, it was ghosts. God damn it, where are they? God, I'm so blind right now. Where are they? I don't know. Fuck it. I'll just make a... Okay. Alright. 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 Don't worry, guys. I got this. Alright. Alright. Okay, let's open it. File, new. No, open. Desktop. Nope. New folder 3. Convert. Open. Convert. Alright. Let's see. This is pretty boring. And this is kind of weird. This is kind of weird. I don't know. Let's see. Can you guys? Come on, guys, bring out your inner critique, critic. You tell me what's wrong. You tell me what's wrong, and I'll see if I agree with you. All right, okay, I'll write down what you guys say. Come on, guys, keep it coming. I mean, I think the thighs are on purpose. I think it's a bit intended. I feel like this is a little bit. This is slightly Chun-Li-esque. Come on, what else? Do you need a closer up view? You guys really don't see anything else? You don't see anything else? What's behind her left thigh? On the right? Like this? I assume that's maybe more dress, but it's not dark or something. I don't know what that is. Hey! Hey, it's fucking Natsack. How you doing? You're fucking back. You're fucking back for all the. You're back for the for all my rambling. Did you miss all my rambling over the holidays? You're like, oh man, I wish someone I wish someone would ramble explanations at me. You're like, I really like Christmas, but I wish someone would just ramble at me. I wish someone would take 2 hours to answer my question. That's what I really wish right now. No, I just wasn't streaming over the holidays, man. Oh, thanks, iCrazy. Thanks for the follow. Welcome to the slumber party. Welcome to the slumber party. Unroll your sleeping bag anywhere. Chips and drinks in the kitchen. Yeah. I was just rambling about how I ramble. You're so astute. You're so smart. You're so smart and you're so pretty. Oh man, when I grow up, I want to be just like you, Natsack. Alright. Okay, so you losers have taken too long, so I'm gonna tell you what's wrong with it. I'm gonna tell you punks what's wrong with this drawing. Okay, I'm gonna circle what's wrong.
My lover's got humor. She's the giggle at a funeral. 'Cause everybody's disapproval.
I'd say what I think is wrong is the shoulder, breast, right arm, maybe the flow of hair. Somebody's thinking. Why am I acting like I'm your teacher? I'm not your teacher. So, let's just say upper body. Upper body / boobs. Right arm. Yeah, it's awkward. I don't understand. I don't understand how she's standing. Like, I don't understand what's happening off the page, right? So a lot of times people, yeah, the rib cage. There's, let me tell you, there's a lot of things wrong with it. There's just like mostly everything. Like everything's like really weird and like awkward. The way the person's drawn this kind of like indentation's kind of weird. I don't understand how she's standing like off the page. Like that's a problem people have a lot of times is they'll draw a drawing on a too small canvas, so when they put things off the page they just kind of don't think about it, right? They just kind of don't think about it. No. Fuck. I have to restart GIMP. But a lot of times people will forget. People will just go, oh, it's off the page, I don't need to think about it. But that's why it looks weird. So I'm gonna have to restart. I have to restart my GIMP. Let's see. Hopefully I don't have to restart my computer. Alright. No. Work, you bastard. Okay, nice. It's working. Nice. Nice. Okay. Desktop, new folder 3. Let's fight. Work in progress. Convert. New layer. So I'm gonna circle. So I'm just gonna circle everything that I think is everything that I think needs work. That's what I'm gonna do. Alright, so this shoulder's crazy. Those fingers are weird. There's kind of no real reason why this hair needs to be moving, because her pose is kind of static. Like, this is weird, this is weird, this is weird, this is weird. This arm is weird. Whoa, how to change colors. This arm's weird. And then if we zoom in closer, this is weird. This is weird. Am I just gonna circle the whole painting? I'm just gonna circle the whole painting. The way the mouth is weird. This nose is too small. This eyebrow is weird. I mean, it is a work in progress. But, like, a lot of things are weird. Like, just in general, lighting. The lighting is so weird. So, that's that's what's wrong with it. This butt looks fine. Maybe it's all my 142 internet tabs. 91 windows and 67 programs running. Maybe. So, okay, so now that we've circled what we think is wrong, let's start a paint over layer. The butt's fine, so let's start. Let's start at the hand. It's so weird. It's so weird. Like this space between the first and second finger is like really awkward, right? So like we just need to delete all of that. So we just need to get rid of all of this. All of this is wrong. What do you mean I can't circle the whole painting? I think you forget whose stream this is. I think you don't know whose stream this is. Come on, man. Yeah, the butt was fine. So, although there is space between the fingers, so you kind of have to consider where all these fingers are starting, right? What was she doing before? Ugh. He wants to do what hand pose? I don't even... I don't even understand what this hand pose is supposed to be. I don't even get it. I don't even get it. I don't even get it in the context of the... Like, I think what he wants is a hand upturned, right? I think what he needs, what he wants is like a hand that's sort of like thumb, like finger, and then like fingers like this. I think that's what he wants. Something like this. Because this, I don't know what that is. She's just like pointing with her broken hand. No, that's mean. That's mean. It's mean to make fun of somebody who can't defend themselves. But it's so fun. It's so fun because they're not here. So... but it's so fun and easy. And then you get to feel all superior. You get to feel really superior. Whose is this? So I stream on a different website. And it's called Watch Me Work. And I've agreed to do a critique kind of thing. I've agreed to do some kind of critiquing feature show or something. So I've been given these paintings, and they've asked me to think about them. So that's what I'm doing. And this is what I think is wrong in the painting. So first of all, we just need to pick a light source, right? You just need to pick where the light's coming from, right? So I guess we want the face to be lit up and the light to be cascading down this way. So it's kind of like, we can't draw it because we can't draw in 3D space, right? So, but the light is kind of like, if I were to make an example lighting situation over here, the light would be kind of like a cone facing this way. So above but shining backwards. meaning light above and forward. So something like this. So this is a thing that some people do. They'll make little balls. They'll just make little spheres, and they'll do their lighting on the sphere that they want in the situation. So above the point of view. What do you mean? Like it's above here. Like she's standing there and we are the observer over here, and she's standing over there in a really weird pose. And the light source is somewhere between us and her. So the light source is in the air, shining on her. So it's between us and her. Terminator lines? I don't know, I always think it looks really messy. Also, I'm not just going to give them the paint over, I'm going to explain the paint over. So what I tend to do is I'll like do a paint, like here, let me open one. So I kind of like do a paint over and I explain what I'm doing. And then I kind of like, I do this. But is that not helpful? Is that like less helpful? Like when I do stuff like that? I don't know. I do this and I kind of show them how it changes and how I changed it. Also for me, sometimes, I mean, I guess, like, if I did a red line kind of critique, a red line critique, I don't know, sometimes people don't respond well to red line critiques. Because, so say I just did a red line critique and I was just like, well, you know, her finger should be more like over here. And like, this finger has like a million joints in it. Like the way you've drawn it seems really weird. And this finger shouldn't be bent, it should be more like curved. Like, I don't know, for me it always looks messy. It looks messy and doesn't look yeah, just a lot of red circles of what I think is wrong. Like, how do I get this across? Like, doesn't this just look like messy? Like, that doesn't, like, for me, it doesn't like do what I want it to do, you know? And then like this shoulder, I would just completely, I don't know, this shoulder just should be completely erased. Like that shoulder shouldn't be there at all. It should just be gone. Right? Because if this arm is down and she's tilted this way, right? Her shoulder's here, her shoulder's here, right? If we're doing like a show through of where her body is, like her shoulder cannot be seen because her breasts are enormous, right? So I mean, also sometimes when you do critiques of people's work, they'll say, people will get really defensive. You know, they'll say, you don't know what you're talking about, or like they start giving you a lot of excuses. You know, they're like, well, you know, I made her stand like that because I wanted her butt to do this, or I made her do this because I wanted the face to kind of look like that, and I wanted to do this because of this and this, so if I change the lighting, it's not going to look right. So then sometimes people are really hesitant to take your advice. So I find that when I kind of just do it, when I kind of just do it for them, it forces them, it kind of like forces them to see, hey, how's it going, man? It kind of forces them to see why they're wrong, or I mean, or at the very least, it forces them to consider what I'm trying to tell them a little bit more. Oh man, I don't know. Should her boob really go right under her arm? Like, that's not right. Right, guys? Come on. That's not right. This is not right. And then this dress kind of just disappears. Like, this is some kind of white piping or something around the arm. So this is an armpit. So her boob doesn't actually go under her arms. And we shouldn't see this edge of the ribbon here, because if you see this edge of the ribbon, but the ribbon's supposed to be between the breasts, but if this breast is more forward, what we should see is that the ruching, the kind of like ruching, should be in front of the ribbon a little bit, and the ribbon should be eaten up by the cleavage of the breasts, right? And then this is, I don't know what's going on with these boobs. I'm not a boob doctor. I'm not a boob doctor, but I play one on TV. So first of all, I mean, okay, we get it. Like, we get it. You like big boobs. Like, we get it. You like boobs, but you know, come on. Let's make a little sense. Yeah, oh man, you're getting trolled, bro. You're getting trolled you're getting extremely trolled. You getting trolled by you're getting trolled by a middle school child. So, you try and understand that. Alright, so there's that. Maybe I'll make this softer brush. Like, he's put so much kind of like lighting on everything else, but he hasn't paid any attention to these boobs. which seems like really strange because it seems like he likes boobs, but hasn't paid any attention to them. Oh man, just the way these boobs are drawn are really weird. They're so perky, you know? Like these boobs are so high, they look like fake boobs. They're just like fake boobs. And this arm is ridiculously long. Do you see how long this arm is? Try to imagine. For a second, everyone imagine this arm and how it disappears off the page. So usually, like, your upper arm and your forearm are kind of like the same distance, right? So this is that. Do you see how long that arm is? That arm is ridiculous. And then she has like a hand on it. That's a ridiculous arm. Because it's like this, this, and then her arm's like down here. That's a ridiculous arm. Hey, what is he doing? Her arm is like this. I mean, what is her arm doing? She's just like reaching up into the sky. Alright. Just got an elbow here. Oh. Paintbrush. Yeah, the boobs are a bit... fucking boobs. Oh man, these boobs are just so high up on her body. Okay, where would I put boobs? If I wanted to put boobs on her, I would put boobs like here. Right? I would put boobs here, right? That's where you would put breasts. Down there. Okay, let's see if I can soften this. Yeah, because they were so high up, they had almost no weight. Right? They had almost no weight to them. And then... like this. And then, what's nice is when you clear up this area, shouldn't the left boob be higher since it's being... Which one? Is this the left one? Like her left is this boob, right? Her left, yeah, that boob is slightly higher. So, what we get to do is she gets to have a neckline. I don't know where this hair is going, but... And her head is small. She's just got a real small head. I'm just like mutilating. I'm just mutilating his drawing. Poor guy. Okay, let's see. Let's see the difference. Let's see the difference. Yeah, Meepimus. I am doing critiques. I'm doing a paint over for somebody right now. I've just dislodged this young lady's. I've just dislodged her left breast from out from under her armpit. So she's pretty happy. I'm pretty happy about it. So, like you said with the shoulders, you kind of have to consider where the shoulders are. That's enough. That's enough. I don't think it should be tilted anymore. I think it's fine. And now she gets to have a little shoulder on this side again. So, I've completely made a mess of this neck area. Oh god, I don't want to draw this. Alright. See, you always do these draw-throughs, right? You always draw through what's obscuring. You must draw through what is obscuring your view, and then you get to see what's wrong. No, I can't get rid of the green on the boob. What do you think this is? Where do you think this is? Oh, sorry, I was texting somebody. So, I guess I'm gonna give her a haircut. Cut this. Cut all of this. So, some things with proportions. Right? So, we can check the proportions. And then the hairline should be here. So I've kind of corrected a little bit the head shape. You felt extremely stupid. Felt extremely stupid by what? And then this is kind of like not how you draw mouths, you know. That's not how you draw a mouth. And this is 100% not how you draw an eye. So the reason why you can tell that this kind of face is like really weird is let's draw what's covered, right? So a lot of times it's the same problem as all these limbs going off the edge of the page. Your drawing looks nuts when you don't actually see the rest of it. So this is what he's drawn. This kind of very narrow here, but also very big at the end. This is the monster he's created. Well, I angled this wrong. Right? This is what he's like made. But he can't he doesn't fully understand that it's gonna be on the other side. Like, he doesn't fully understand what he's done. Okay, I made this too big. But do you know what I mean? Do you see how, like, it's really weird? It's quite weird. So that's always a danger when people do these kind of things. I don't know if they're, like, being lazy. Because, I mean, I've done it before. Like, yeah, I don't want to... Man, I don't want to draw. I don't want to draw that. I'm just going to put the hand behind the back. Man, I don't want to draw her, whatever. I'm just going to hide it, you know? But when you do stuff like that, you just gotta be really careful. So just kind of like this whole face structure is like weird. So I'm gonna try and draw in what kind of face structure I think should be going on here. Definitely not this, because that's insane. And then pretty much I'm going to cut these eyes in half. Like, nobody's eye looks like that. So, let's see. I'm just going to get rid of all of this. And that eye is so big. Okay, let's see. So what a reasonable eye would look like is this. Instantly better. Is this not instantly better? Is that not just like 100% better? Is this not just like 300% better? Like, not psychotic? I mean, I think so. So one kind of thing you can do to determine how the eyebrow should be is like this. Yeah, because the head was so wide because it had to accommodate the head had to accommodate the ridiculous kind of like super wide eye. So now this is all like wrong. So you grab this and you just start shaving it off. And then you give her more face here. You start giving her a real face. Yeah, this guy, you know, it's not his fault. So in this nose, he made it way too narrow. I mean, it is those reasons. It's for sexist reasons, right? It's these ideas of, he has ideas of what he thinks sexy women are. That's his problem, right? He has these ideas of what he thinks the eyes and what he thinks these features should look like. So he thinks, oh, women should have small noses and small chins and these kind of big lips and big eyes. So he's taken all these kind of symbolic features to him and he's exaggerated them too far. And he's not actually like looked at a real woman, you know? And like, he's trying so hard to make it very feminine, you know? He's trying so hard to make it ultra feminine that what he ends up doing is making it look cartoonish, you know? So he's scared to give her a chin. He's scared to give her an actual jawline, which I've given her, finally. He's scared to give her real features, right? Do you see how much more natural this looks? You can see how blown out the features look. You see? Like, it's just like this weird growth. It turns into a mantis head, right? Like, he's so scared to just give her normal features. It kind of looks like her head's a balloon, right? It kind of looks like her head is like a balloon, and then someone's just like pumping it full of air, like boof, 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 or like you can imagine like giant fingers squishing. Like if this was like a squishy doll, right? You can kind of like imagine giant like squishy fingers kind of squishing her head. Like you can imagine like here's someone's fingers. Like this is this is a thumb. And then there's like another finger over there. It's just like squishing her head. So it bulges out over here. You just go squishy, squishy, squishy. Am I the only one that sees that? Okay. I guess so. It's just like this giant hand squishing her face. And you know, okay, so there are problems with the anatomy, but that's not to say that he's hopeless. I think there's a lot of good things in here, you know? I think his gradients are good. Like, if we look at the original, like, these are nice gradients. You know, he's turning the shapes of the forms are not bad. Like it's not everything's not like terrible. And like the way he did the lighting in the eye, I think the way he did the lighting's really nice. I think that looks really nice, like this, and then he's understood that the iris is kind of like a concave structure. So the iris, I don't know if you guys know, but super sneaky tip. So this is the eye, right? Here's the cornea. That's the cornea. So that's corn. And the iris is actually a kind of a depression a little bit. And the pupil's down there somewhere. So it's actually it's a slight little dish. The iris. It's a slight little dish. So that's why he did the lighting the way he did. So then when you're looking at eyes, and I don't know, the light's coming this way. That's why it's not just kind of like a straight kind of like lighting like that. It's because it's curved. So if you've ever looked at close-ups of eyes, that's why when it's brighter on this side, it's curved a little bit. The line of highlight, and then you have your specular. That's why it's kind of curved. It's because it's in a curved like dish, right? Whoa. Alright. So let me fix let me fix all this bad surgery. Alright, Forgotten Crowd. I'll see you later, man. And thank you again for speaking highly of me to other people around the internet. that's really is really kind and really helpful and really generous. You didn't have to, and you did anyways. So that's really cool. What did you do? Okay.
Well, I run the office and tend the cabins and grounds and do little errands for my mother. The ones she allows I might be capable of doing.
Did you go out with friends?
Ooh, that's a little bit big.
Well, a boy's best friend is his mother.
Alright, K320. I'll see you around. Yep. The placement of the eye is still wrong. Whoops. I always do this. So the eye needs to be much more in. Falls off the ledge. Oh, is that too far in? Alright, CIK 320. Oh, I went too far. I've gone too far. See, he's tried so hard to give her no-nos that it looks like really crazy. Like, women have noses, bro. The way this mouth is.
We're all in our private traps. Clamped in them, and none of us can ever get out.
Sometimes we deliberately step into those traps.
It was born in mine. I don't mind it anymore.
Oh, but you should. You should mind it.
Oh, I do. But I say I don't.
Last time I checked, women didn't have noses. Yeah. I was gonna say something really crude, but I probably shouldn't. I won't say it, but I'll type it.
teeth, what you wear is all that matters. Pretty hurts, shine the light on whatever's worse. Perfection is a disease of a nation. It's the soul that needs a surgery. We're gonna have to stay alive. What goes up, goes around.
Wow, you laughed at that joke? You're a pig. You're a pig. Pig chauvinist.
I know if I'm haunting you, you must be haunting me. You must be haunting love. I've been drinking. I get up there when that liquor get it to me. I've been thinking.
Alright.
Knocking my fingers out and baby, I want you.
So if you do this, so one thing to understand is the corner of the mouth will end up I don't know, it's just this nose feels so far away from the mouth. And this is not what this looks like. This needs to be like this. Do I do this? Way.
And we ain't even gonna make it to this club. Take all of me. I just wanna be that girl you like, the kind of girl you like, is right here with me. Let me sit this ass on ya, yeah, and show you how I feel. And rock right up to the side of my mountain. Sin all your sins all over me, baby, me, baby, me. Kiss me, baby, don't overflow. Baby, I know you can feel it pulse, even the peak of my waterfall. I just wanna say you're my, you're my. I just wanna say you're my, you're my. Forget what you heard, you're my, you're my. All I'm really asking for is in the darkest night, in the darkest night, I search through the crowd, I search through the crowd. Your face is all that I see. I'll give you everything, baby, love me lights out. Baby, love me lights out. You can turn my lights out. I woke up like this, hey, I woke up like this. We flawless.
Oh, did I lose all my viewers? Because I said stupid joke? Well, I deserve it. That's a stupid joke. I shouldn't have said it. Oh well.
I fought for you the hardest. It made me the strongest. Heaven couldn't wait for you. Heaven couldn't wait for you. So go on, go home. Make it last forever. Come on, baby, won't you hold on to me? Hold on to me, blue. You love me like blue. You love me like blue. You love me like that. So as long as you know who you I remember being young, so right.
Man, there's something just so weird about this face. I don't want to see what's so weird about this face. Something's throwing me off. Just looks so weird. Is it this chin? Is this chin area not like...
Shout it out, but I can't hear a word you say. Talking loud, not saying much.
Is it this perspective? God, what is this? What's going on?
All your bullets ricochet.
It seems alright.
I'm bulletproof, nothing to lose. Fire away, ricochet. Take your aim, fire away, You shoot me down, but I won't fall. I am titanium. Shoot me down, but I won't fall. I am titanium.
God, this mouth area looks so weird. Is it because it's not centered? It's not centered very well? Yeah. Yeah, it's not centered. That's why.
Raise your voice. Sticks and stones may break my bones. Talking loud, not saying much. I'm bulletproof, nothing to lose. Fire away, ricochet. Take your aim, fire away. You shoot me down, but I won't fall. I am titanium. Shoot me down.
There we go. There we go. Hello. I mean, hello. Okay, that looks better. Did I place this right?
Stone hard, machine gun, firing out the ones who run. Stone hard, bulletproof glass. You shoot me down.
Yeah, that's roughly right. So, have you been drawing Natsack? Have you continued your drawing? Do you have anything to show? Why not? How dare you come back with nothing? You dare come back here with nothing to show? hair does not do this, whatever that is. I wish I had a higher resolution version of this. Such a small drawing to work on. Whoa, that's too much. Oops. There, that's enough. That's slightly too bright. Just tone it down a little bit. But I will deepen the contrast by adding, just trying to get the pupil dark. There we go. That looks nice. And this looks very not nicely softened. Holy, what used to be there is just so crazy looking. It's just so insane. Just the insanity would never end. And there's like zero depth to the hair. You just needed to come through it with a little bit of black. Just giving it some form. Oh, that line was too dark. But the general idea. I'm not gonna fully render this thing out, but the general idea. Song No Found, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the slumber party. I hope you're enjoying this paint over critique. I'm not. I mean, I am. I mean, I am. I like it. These breasts are just so big. No, wait. Okay, now her head looks massively tiny, right? Because before she had like this kind of like ridiculous head. So, oh, kind of done one of these features a little bit weird. That eyebrow shouldn't be like that. See, that's what happens when you work a little bit too close. When you're too zoomed in, you tend to draw stupid stuff. So that makes more sense. Oh, those eyebrows are real dark.
Clock strikes upon the hour, and the sun begins to fade.
Just this hair looks so weird. Just what's going on? God damn.
I've done alright up till now. It's the light of day that shows me how. But when the night falls,
That's not how hair works.
loneliness calls.
I wanna dance with somebody. I wanna feel the heat. Somebody.
Yeah, I wanna dance with somebody. With somebody.
So I'll fix the head proportion later. I'll fix how big the head. Ah, fuck it. It just looks so dumb. I'll have to fix it now.
I've been in love, lost my senses.
Merge down. No, undo.
Sooner or later, the feeling ends, and I wind up feeling down.
And then
Take the chance on a love that burns hot enough to last. So when the night falls, my lonely heart calls. Oh, I wanna dance with somebody. I wanna feel the heat with
and then I'll scale this up.
yeah, I wanna dance
Lock the proportions.
with somebody who loves.
Oh, that's too big.
Oh, I wanna dance with somebody. I wanna feel the heat with somebody.
That's
With somebody.
that's getting close. Let's see.
Don't you wanna dance? Say you wanna dance. Don't you wanna dance with me? Don't you wanna dance? Say you wanna dance with me. Don't you wanna dance? Say you wanna dance. Don't you wanna dance? Say you wanna dance.
A little bit bigger? Slightly bigger? That's getting there.
What would I do without your smart mouth? Drawing me in, you kicking me out. Got my head spinning, no kidding. I can't bring you down. How many times do I have to tell you? Even when you
That's roughly right.
the world body's beating me down. I'm around through every move. You're my downfall, you're my muse.
Okay.
Hello, I'm French, but I want to tell you that your picture is beautiful. I love her facial expression. Is that what you draw?
Everything.
Like what?
I'm using GIMP right now.
Because I see you, like your thought patterns are all over the place.
Right.
Number one is you're cute and you can sing. Make it mean something.
You know, for me, honestly, I would have left the guitar.
I tried to change it up a little bit.
I
with
know I
the-
get that, but it's such an intimate song to then start taking us to the club halfway through doesn't really work, you know.
Can I suggest something, guys? I can see on your list you've got Say Something. Why don't
I
you
know
sing this
French.
song as if this was your first single?
I know very little
Sing
French.
the song like you mean it.
Well, I'm from Canada, so I need. They teach everybody in Canada French.
Have you ever been through like a heartbreak
Okay.
in your life or any like a
What else is there left?
I lost my little brother last year. Straight after the show, actually. He died in September. He
Oh,
was
I
9.
didn't shade the under of her chin very well.
tough times?
Yeah, but everyone else.
I am not on the right layer.
Use that when you sing.
Oh,
I feel dead nervous for him. I just want him to do good.
what?
Say something, I'm giving up on. I'll be the one if you want me to. Anywhere I would have followed you.
So the thing is, I'm going to have to co-host this critique with some other people. So I kind of want to see what they think of it first before I present what I've done.
We'll stumble and fall. I'm still learning to love and I'm starting.
Oh, all right. Slap some hit me with some Japanese. Come on, bro. Hit me with some Japanese.
Anywhere I wouldn't follow you. Oh, say something, I'm giving up.
Well, I'll eat. See you later. Are you streaming evening to 21 hours? Yeah, I stream in the evening, usually. I will be streaming tomorrow. So, you should be able to find me tomorrow. I'll be streaming. I'll be around. Well, that's gross. Why would you say that in my stream, Nat?
I'm with you.
This is a family stream.
Mel was
How dare you fill it with your smut?
Yeah,
I'm not saying that vocal was perfect, but I admire people who give it 100%. You gave it 101%.
thank you,
Mel?
But that was a really good job.
thank you.
What you just did. Really good.
God, there's so much stuff to fix.
Seriously hot.
Yeah, Jake, the second song was so emotional, and it was like you meant every single word. I could see you doing really, really well.
Thank you.
To have critique and criticism
Yeah.
and then come back with another song
fighter.
and fight for it is really admirable.
Thank you.
So I need to somehow push this down.
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you.
Definitely yes from me.
Thank you very much.
Yes, no doubt.
Thank you.
You know what, Jet? I think you're a really decent guy, and I think you deserve this opportunity. So this is 4 easy yeses.
Thank you so much.
So if it's hitting there,
I think I should give you a hug.
Right, let's do this.
I just
This is
feel
fine by me.
compelled. Oh, hug it out, brother. You can squeeze me a little bit tight if you want. Okay, that's really good. Thanks.
Something like this.
Hi, make sure you don't miss out on any of the latest X Factor business by clicking on the subscribe button.
Something like that. I don't want to spend that much time on this.
Katy Perry, Juicy J. Let's rage.
What does so what does that mean? I don't know what that means. What did those what did you write in Japanese? Holy, what is this hair? Well, I don't know. What is going on with that hair? That's not what hair does. Just all of a sudden this hair has all these barbs in it. I don't know what's going on here. Hajimimashite, which is nice to meet you. Hajimimashite. What you say when you first meet somebody. Nice. Nice, bro. Sick. And the second one was O genki desu ka, which is how are you? Nice. Sick, bro.
She's a beast. I call her karma. She eats your heart out like Jeffrey.
Jeez. God damn, what's going on here? What has he drawn? Do I do this? Yeah, it's like this. Hey, Leo. Yo, what's up, man? I'm back. I'm back. I'm back and I'm making fun of people's drawings again. Just just what everybody wants, right? You guys like it when I make fun of people's hard you like it when I make fun of people's hard, like they're hard what's the word? Hard worked. Fuck, how do I English? Do you guys like it when I make fun of people's hard work? Why was that such a struggle? Do you like... That was such a struggle. Yeah, just the usual. What? How dare you? How dare you? Do you want to see what it looked like in the beginning? How dare you? How dare you? Look at this. Look at this ridiculousness. How dare you say? How dare you say? How dare you? I'm insulted. I'm so angry. Do you see this ridiculousness that preceded my correction? Come on, man. Ridiculous. I completely withdrew everything. How dare you? How dare you? You're banned. Banned from chat forever. Banned 5 ever. What am I doing wrong with this boob? Is it the way the point is? Does it need to be pointy here? It needs to be like this? Cause why does this seem so up? Something like this? I don't know. I've given up. I've lost my will to live. Working on other people's drawings. I've lost my will to live. Why is it shaded on the top? I don't understand. I don't understand. Something like that. Man, is she not wearing a bra? I mean, I did draw it. Okay, what else was circled? Okay, what else did I circle? Alright, her hand. So, let's do the hand. Hey, Charlie to Unicorn. How you doing? What else did I circle? Oh yeah, everything. I mean, people want to know. Is she wearing a bra or what? Oops. I don't want that. I want this. God, I don't know what he wants for that hand. What is he trying to do with that hand? Well, I mean, that's a good enough entry point. That's a good enough like introduction to my stream. A lot of weird shit being said. Thanks, Carly. Just for that, I'm in. Thanks. Welcome to the slumber party. Unroll your sleeping bag anywhere. Chips and drinks are in the kitchen. Oh god, I drew that finger so ugly. God, what is he doing with this finger? Why is he doing this to me? Why is he doing this to me? Why would he make weird hands? Now I've made weird hands. What drinks? Here, give me a second. I'm just looking at my own hand. Oh, that's what it's like. Okay. What kind of drinks? A bunch of mixed drinks, I guess. So we have some vodka, we have some rum. So you can just kind of like mix it with soda or whatever you feel like. Just some vodka, soda, but I mean, I don't have any like bitters or anything to I don't have any bitters or anything, so not really any fancy drinks. We have a few malted drinks, like some craft beers, I guess. There's like some beers that have grapefruit juice in them. Those are pretty good. Hefenfeisser. Hefenfeischer. I don't know how to pronounce it. Oh, see, this wrist is real tragic. So, this wrist needs to be a lot longer. I mean, fatter. See, he gave her these, like, giant legs, but he gave her the most dinky wrists. Oh god, I don't know what he's doing with these hands. Why? Okay, you can have a shadow like that. God, what's going on here? Bundy? Is that a beer? Or are you just talking about, like, the serial killer? Are you talking about the serial killer? God, I just have to redraw the whole hand. Oh, it's just so weird looking. Why did he do any of this? Bundy, Bundaberg rum and coke. And coke. Oh man, I could go for a rum and coke right now. Oh, should I just go get one? I do have rum. I'm not sure if I have coke. And then see, like, I don't get what the pose is. Like, I don't understand what's happening below. So, okay, I understand there are boobies here. She goes like this, and then her front leg crosses over, and then her other leg crosses behind. And then what? She's just doing like this? Is this what she's doing? Because that's ridiculous. And then what? This foot's like kind of up? No, this is not dancing. Front. Because the title says let's fight. Oh, she's a ring girl. She's a ring girl, right? So she, like, I think this is like a ring girl where, like, she holds up the sign that says let's fight or something, or like round one or something. That's what this is. That's why she's in such a like a ditzy kind of like pose. Okay, okay, I get it now. I get it. I get things. You know, you would think so. You would really think so. You would really think so. You would just really think so, wouldn't you? I don't know. What's going on here? What if we do one of these? So it's the side, kind of like this. Kind of like that. Kind of like this. So if I follow my own advice and do one of these. How do these fingers curl up? Okay. The thumb is like a thing over here. And I mean, do I shave a little bit off her ass? Like, I don't know what's going on here. And if this leg is as big as the other leg, so this is one leg, this is, okay. To do one of these. Nope, not like that. Something like this. Then I think I'll increase this a little bit. Alright. So, just to make things easier, do this, do this. And let's merge this down. Go like this. I'll make a folder, layer group. Put all this garbage in there. Just in case I want to have that garbage for later. Alright, so here's the difference. Did I circle everything? Oh, I didn't do all the lighting. Well, I kind of did the lighting. What's the other hand? What, the hand that you can't see or the hand that you can see? Which are you talking about? I mean, I don't know. Look at the original. That's the original, and it has this like really broken, like a well done but kind of like broken hand. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what that hand's doing. No idea what what that hand's doing. So, what if what it's doing, she's holding the, or she's holding like the prize belt, huh? Wouldn't that be cool? The WWE. Or if she was holding the belt. Just like, round one, fight. Does that make sense? That'd make more sense. Here. She's holding the title belt. Fuck. My music turned off. Is that good? Does that seem good to you guys? I mean, I don't know what she's doing. This is not my drawing. I'm improving somebody's drawing because I've been asked to provide critiques on a featured kind of like stream thing. Like, I don't want to take too much off this. Maybe I'll lower the opacity. I just want to slightly downgrade how bright this is. Like, slightly. And then also I want to bring up the shine on this dress. Already. So, I think that's pretty successful. Huh? I think that's pretty successful. No, I guess I could smooth out some of these things. But this is a critique. This is not... I don't need to render this for them. This is a critique. I shouldn't be doing so much. But that is my way. That's what I do. I mean, it doesn't have the same kind of feeling to it. I don't know why she has... Is this like tiny bunny ears? I don't know what that is. Also, this makes no sense. Why would hair be like sticking out? That doesn't make any sense. Get out of here. Get out of there with that noise. I don't know, this whole thing seems like, I don't know. That whole ponytail doesn't seem like a thing. What is this? Well, if she's one of the fighters, I don't know, she's holding the belt because she just won or something. She's champion. Yeah, that's what I first initially thought. I thought, oh, is this a fighter? Because she's kind of Chun-Li-esque, right? She's kind of Chun-Li, right? I'm gonna mute my mic. I had to sneeze. Right, she's kind of Chun-Li-ish with the really big thighs or whatever. But so if you're correct and she's a winner, then she shouldn't be standing like that, right? Like a champion's pose. The champion's pose is more like legs spread apart, right? And then, I don't know, her hand down here, holding the belt, and then her arms like, fuck yeah. This is a champion's pose, right? This is like a ring girl, right? So, I mean, because I don't have the person here, I can't ask him, them, I can't ask whoever they are, I can't ask them what their intentions were. Yeah, just this whole arm area seems real awkward. Yeah, I think the angle of this upper arm is really weird. I think her shoulder comes over here, and then her arm should be like this. Or something. Straight up. Something so strange about that. Isn't there something strange about this arm? There's something strange about it. Something so weird about it, but I can't understand. What is it? Is it this? Oh, found it. Got him. It was too close to the head. So something like this. Should be more like comme ça. I don't know, it's just this, all this hair doesn't make any sense. So she has this like, look at the original. She has like this weird ponytail. Man, I don't get it. See, this is the problem with, I mean, as much as you can study anatomy, this is the problem with just not using like a reference, you know? Just even if the like you don't even need like a super detailed reference, but just like a reference so that you can roughly kind of like know kind of like the general position. So that reference could be just like yourself, right? You could just look at yourself in the mirror, or you could take a picture of yourself, or something. Jesus, I'm doing this real bad. So this needs to come forward. God, what's going on with this arm? Somebody save me. So my elbow doesn't come up above my head. So maybe this is too long. So it's more like this. I don't know. Something like this. She's pumping her fist in the air. I just want to turn her into one of the fighters, because I think that's way more interesting than turning her into some kind of ring girl. I just want to give her huge arms. I just want to give her huge arms. Do I make logos? Why do you ask? I've made her a bit thick. Maybe I'll shave a little bit off. Yeah. Are you... I mean, do I make logos? I mean, I can make... Are logos my speciality? No. But why do you ask? Do you want me to take a look at one of your logos? Do you want me to, like, why do you ask? Are you asking me to draw a logo for you? Like, I'm not a... God, what does that look like? Oh, I didn't draw. I mean, if you're asking me if I could design a logo for you, I mean, I could, but I don't know how good it'll be. Depends what you, God, I'm just gonna stop trying. I'm gonna find a reference photo. Champion? One arm raised. Oh, okay. Okay, so something like this. Okay, let's see if that's better. A little bit better. I just don't understand this haircut. It just doesn't make any sense. For me, I would just get rid of this whole kind of like ponytail idea. I think it's just a bad idea. I think this looks much nicer. You know? I think this just looks way stronger. I don't know what you guys think, but I think this looks way nicer without that ridiculous ponytail. and then her hair's like this way. Something like this. I think that's way nicer. I don't know. Do you guys think that looks better, the way I've done the hair? Oops. I'm just doing this fast. Wish that I could be like the cool kids. Oh, that looks dumb. Let's just tone that down a little bit. Get some black. Black in where we need it. I didn't put any eyelashes or anything. Give me no that, give me no so. Oh shit, I haven't saved this the whole time. I'll save as... Sure. Why? How come I never save anything? It's like I just want to lose everything. So let's see. That hair doesn't make any sense. Jesus. It just doesn't make any sense. Alright, that's fine. So I think this is pretty much done, this one. Kinda done. It made her a little sad looking. She was so happy before. Let's put a new layer. The happy smile layer. Okay, let's turn this mouth into a smile. There we go. Little smiley smile. Not like that. Okay, I have to get in real close. That looks awful. So bright. Hey, badass ninja. What's up, man? Fuck, I'm just gonna leave it like that. Oops. Okay, what's going on in this neck area? How do I do what? You know, practice, I guess. Nothing special. Just good old practice. And I mean, I myself, I still have a bunch of things I need to learn, like things I need to improve and things I need to learn. So it's the learning is never over, you know. It's just never over. But there are things you can do, I guess, to help you kind of understand the. There are things you can do that can help you understand the face more. Like, what is it about faces that you find challenging, badass ninja? Hey. What's up?
여가운 perfume 누구 건지 설명해봐 너는 내 누구만 나는 끔찍한 두 걸음 못 고쳤니 기어봐도 손바닥 아닌걸
Thanks. Thanks. That is very kind of you to say.
붙여봐도 관심 가질래 더 멋진 내가 되는 날 갚아주겠어 잊지 마 You better run, 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 run 나 걸렸어 약 올렸어 Run devil devil run run 내 곁에서 살며시 흘릴 다른 여잔 꼭 훑어봐 나 없을 땐 넌 super playboy 고개 들어 대답해봐 넌 재미없어 매너 없어 넌 devil devil 넌 You better run 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 더는 못 박아도 찾을래
Oh, eyes? You find eyes difficult? I find necks difficult. Like fucking necks. Fuck these necks. Hate drawing necks. Fuck, is this just not visible? Should I just like do this? Let's just pretend like you can't see it. Sure. Eyes? Well, okay. Well, I can show you kind of how to do an eye. To do an eye, you have to understand the structure of an eye, right? So what is an eye, right? An eye is a combination of different features, right? So you have an eyeball, right? So you got an eyeball straight from the front. An eyeball is kind of like a circle, and then inside the eyeball, you got your iris, right? The iris is the color part of the eye, and then within the iris, you got the pupil, right? The black hole that enters the eye, that allows light to enter the eye, right? So this is the basic eye. But our eyeballs aren't just sticking out, right? We have we have an upper lid and lower eyelid, right? So what we can do is just come in and do the upper and lower eyelids. Knowing how much of the eye it covers is important. And then we shade. That's not how it works, Crazy Queen. You can't just not draw things because you don't like to. That's why you crazy. So do you see how this works, badass ninja? And then in the eye, closer up in the eye, the eye's quite, there's like a shade, there's a shadow from the eye, from the upper lid onto the eye.
Sometimes it hurts instead.
not human. She's the giggle at a funeral. Knows everybody's disapproval. I should've worshipped her sooner. If the heavens ever did speak, she's the last true mouthpiece. Sunday's getting more bleak. Fresh poison each week. We were born sick. You heard them say it. My church offers no absolutes. She tells me worship in the bedroom. The only heaven I'll be sent to is when I'm alone with you. I was born sick, but I love it. Command me to be well. Amen. 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 Take me to church.
Church hours like that. So that's how you do an eye. That makes sense? That makes sense to you? Did I do it too fast? Yeah, maybe it's enough that you just see me kind of do it, and maybe that'll make sense to you.
Settle down with me, cover me up, cuddle me in, lie down with me and hold me in your arms. Your heart's against my chest, lips pressed to my neck, falling through your eyes. They don't know me yet. And this feeling
With art, with art, it's always usually just fine details. It's small details that really sell the idea.
wanna
All these small details really sell the idea that you're trying to sell. It's all these small ideas. Oh, don't make him cry. And then each, not only do the lashes exist, but each lash has a, you need to put highlights on the lashes. And then, there you got your eye. And because I was zoomed in too much, I made the iris like ginormous. So I'm gonna have to fix that. Whoops. And it's okay. And then you gotta not forget the eyebrow. Let's just pretend this is like something like this. Well, it's funny you say that. What I'm trying to make this stream become is kind of like a teaching stream. So I think eventually I'm gonna start making videos. I'm gonna make some videos, and I'm gonna when I start making like videos that people like, I'm gonna have a Patreon, right? And then people can subscribe, I guess. And I'll be sending out like instructional videos. So that's kind of like my goal. That's kind of like my goal. So it's funny that you say, "Oh, I wish you could give me like email me tips or whatever." Eventually, I kind of do want to be like sending tips out to people. So that's something that could happen. I don't know, something like this. Something like that. So this was a critique, and you can kind of see how I've changed the original. Like for me, the original was really weird looking in the face. Oh. Thanks, Badass Ninja. Thanks for the follow. Welcome to the slumber party. Refresh, maybe? Yeah, thanks for the follow. So you can kind of see how I've changed the original. What she had here was a lot more kind of like goofy looking, so I gave it a much more realistic kind of face. And like the boobs were kind of really weird. Oops. Like, I don't know, just all this stuff here was really weird looking. Hmm. I don't know. I think this is kind of done. I don't want to draw the neck. I'm so lazy. You're the only badass? Sure, man. You can be the badass. I'll let you be the badass. It's all yours, bro. It's all yours, broski. No problem, bro. Bro man ninja, bro. That's okay. You can still be a bro. You can be a bro girl. Bro girl, bro. It's cool. I don't judge. I ain't judging you. If you want to be a bro and a girl, that's fine. That's cool. Alright, that's enough. It's quite enough out of this person. Here. I'm gonna be back. You guys can look at this dog picture. If you gave me 8,340, I would be. Oh man, I don't know what I'd be ecstatic. I'd buy a second monitor. I would buy some like all these cool art supplies. I don't know, I would probably hold like giveaways. Like if someone donated me like crazy amounts of money like that, I'd probably like hold giveaways. So I'd like make some art or something, and I'd do raffles, I guess. What else would I do with that much? I mean, it's a lot of money, but also it's not. I mean, it's not like $1 million, but it's still a lot of money. Like, what would I do? I would hold raffles. I would do that. I don't know. I'd make some like instructional YouTube videos because it's kind of rough. It's kind of rough spending all that time making a YouTube video, not knowing if it's gonna be successful or not. Yeah, that's what I would do. What would you get though? You would get anything. You would get whatever you wanted. That's what you would get. You would get whatever you wanted out of me. You want like some crazy drawing. You want some crazy drawing. You want me to like I don't know. You want me to just put your name up on the stream forever? I mean, you'd probably just get whatever you want. I'd probably have to like, I don't know, paint you something crazy. And I would have to like, I would have to thank you every end of my stream or something like, yep, thanks everybody, but, you know, thanks everyone for supporting me, but I really gotta, no one supported me as much as Badass Ninja. That's what it would turn into. Okay, actually I have to check. I have to check when I'm supposed to do this critique. So 9:45 Eastern. What's that Pacific? Search Google. 2 PST. Oh man, it's 6 a.m. It's already 5:35. Oh man, it's in like an hour. So, I'm pretty much just not gonna go to sleep, I guess. Sweet. Sweet, my favorite. My favorite, not sleeping. So 6:45. Check your bank account. Alright. Bum, 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 bum. Yep. So I'll close this, discard changes. No, save. Close, discard changes. I'll save. Alright. Skin. You have a game for me. I love games. What's the game? Holy shit. Alright, $10,000 up for grabs. What's the game? Guessing your number? Is there a number range? Is there a number range that I get to guess in? Or is it just like is the number set all real numbers? Just all real integer numbers. 1 to 50. Jesus. Alright, 1 to 50. How many guesses do I get? Just one? Okay, 1 to 50. So no decimals, right? Because if you put decimals, that's just infinite, isn't it? Okay, I get 2 guesses. Gosh. This is real troubling. How many? 1 to 50. 1 to 50. What? 1 to 50. Is it 42? Is that the answer? Ugh. One to 50. Jesus. Almost. What does that mean? Almost? Is it almost because it's close to 42? Or is it almost because it has 4? Is it almost because it's like... Is it like... Maybe it's like 24. Huh? Huh? Is it 24? Well, I guess not. Rip $10,000. Rip ripperonis. Oh man, don't do this to me. Close to 42. Oh my god, rip. Rip. Close to 42. Badass ninja. Close to 42. Is it? Fuck, is it up or down? Is it up or down? I kinda want to say 45. Like, I kinda want to say 45. That doesn't help. That doesn't help that it's 30 to 50. That doesn't help at all. Okay, close to 42. I either want to say 45 or 39. Is it 39? Is it 39? 39. Is it 39? Bum, 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 bum. Oh man. Was it really though? Was it really? Rip. Ripperonis. No, but really, did you actually have a number or? Ah, get out of here. Get out of here. Sure. Sure it was. Sure it was. Well, that's how it goes. Okay, you can guess what number I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of a number from 1 to 50. Talking about it. No. Oh, no. You got one more chance, bro. It's not 21. Nope, you have one more chance. You got one more chance, bro. Broski, bro. Uno mas, senor. No, it was 39. What a sucker. It was 39. It was so obvious. Ah, it's okay. Coming in just for participating, you get some turtle wax. Here, I'll draw you some turtle wax. You get a nice large tub of turtle wax. A little turtle. Alright, my turn. Well, $5,000. $5,000 up for grabs, boys and girls and turtles. Is it 1 to 50 again? From 25, is it 25 to 75? Alright, 25 to 75. How many guesses? Turtle wax. Okay, 3 guesses. Some 25 to 75. $25 to 75. So 60, 50, 40, 30, 50, 30, 40, 50, 60. Is it is it is it 60? Is it 64? Is it 64? Dun, 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 dun. Hey. Also, I would be scared. That'd be so weird if someone donated that much. Okay, so not 64. Uh,
Well, I run the office and tend the cabins and grounds and do little errands for my mother. The ones she allows I might be capable of doing.
And you go out with friends?
Well, a boy's best friend is his mother.
oh man, it's too emotional. I can't handle it. Oh man, is it 45 again? I'm gonna be so angry. I'm gonna be so angry. Is it 45? $40 to $75. It's between 40 and 75. Oh yeah, Nat Zach? What is it? What's the answer? Tell me, Nat Zach. I have to guess? Oh, okay, so exactly where I started. Alright, thanks. So between 40 and 75. Okay, 40, 50, 60, 70. Somewhere between these. Oh, you told him?
Sometimes we deliberately step into those traps.
I was born in mine. I don't mind it anymore.
Oh, but you should. You should mind it.
Oh, I do.
I don't know. Is it 55? Oh, rip. Alright. Sick.
Mama said you're a pretty girl. doesn't matter. Brush your hair, fix your teeth, what you wear is all that matters. Pretty shine the light on whatever's
Yeah, pretty close.
perfection is a disease of a nation. It's the soul that needs a surgery. Working 9 to 5.
Pretty close.
What goes up, goes
Yeah, man. Super close.
It's what you see. I know if I'm haunting you, you must be haunting me. You must be haunting life. I've been drinking.
All right.
I get flipping when I look at kid, it's only I've been thinking. Why can't I keep my fingers off it, baby? I want you. In love, hey. In love, we be all night. In love, oh no. I've been riding with my surfboard. Surfboard, raining on that wood, graining on that wood. I'm swerving on that, swerving on that big body, been serving all of this, serving all of this, good. Can you eat my Skittles? It's the sweetest in the middle, yeah.
Well, what's the number range? Or do I just have to guess?
Don't worry, it's nothing major. Make sure you clean that. That's the only way to get that flavor.
Cool. Oh, 200,000. Okay. All right. Sure. I believe it. What's the number range? One to 50. All right. 1 to 50. I don't know. Is it 35? Dun, 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 my time to-
Baby, I know you can feel it pulse, keeping the peak of my waterfall. I just wanna say you're my, I just wanna say you're my. Forget what you heard, you're my. All I'm really asking for in the darkest night, I search through the crowd, through the crowd. Your face is all that I see. I'll give you everything, baby, love me lights out. Baby, love me lights out. You can turn my lights out. Woke up like this.
Hey.
I woke up like this. We flawless. Ladies, tell them I woke up like this. Now, I woke up like this. We flawless. I thought I could live without you.
I said 35.
But nothing I know could break us down. Could break us.
Oh.
Make it last forever.
Hello.
Come on, baby, won't you
Hold on to me.
hold on to me, blue? You love me like glue.
Well, that was fun.
You love me like XO, as long as you know who you are. I know what I needed. Shine the light on
What do I have to be sorry about? It's a game.
Surfboard. That was so bad.
That was fun. Numbers are fun.
You shouted out, but I can't hear a word you say.
You said it.
Talking loud, not saying much. Criticized, but all your bullets ricochet. Shoot me down, but I get up. I'm bulletproof, nothing to lose. Fire away, ricochet. Take your aim, fire away, You shoot me down, but I won't.
Well, I need to take a break before I stream my critique. So, oh, nice! I made it to 270. Sweet. 270 followers. Sick. How many was that today? I think I started out at 264 or something. Alright. See you later. Okay, I need to find something to drink so I stay awake. Thanks for the stream. I mean, thanks for the hosts. The zero viewer host. And you got that sick one follower. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Illuminati. I Illuminati'd once. Yeah, I'll be right back. I need to get a hot drink so I don't fall asleep. Oops. All right.
still enough time to figure out how to chase my blues away. I've done alright up till now. It's the light of day that shows me how. But when the night falls, my loneliness calls. Oh, I wanna dance with somebody. I wanna feel the heat with somebody. Yeah, I wanna dance with somebody. With somebody who loves me. I've been in love, lost my senses, spinning through the town. Sooner or later, the feeling ends, and I wind up feeling down. I need a man who'll take the chance on a love that burns hot enough to last. So when the night falls, my lonely heart calls. Oh, I wanna dance with somebody. I wanna feel the heat with somebody. Yeah, I wanna dance with somebody. With somebody who loves me. Oh, I wanna dance with somebody. I wanna feel the heat with somebody. Yeah, I wanna dance with somebody. With somebody who loves me. Don't you wanna dance? Say you wanna dance. Don't you wanna dance with me? Don't you wanna dance? Say you wanna dance with me. Don't you wanna dance? Say you wanna dance. Don't you wanna dance? Say you wanna dance with somebody who loves me.
Alright, I'm back.
Drawing me in, you kicking me out. Got my head spinning, no kidding. I can't bring you. How many times do I have to tell you? Even when you're crying, you're beautiful too. The world is beating down.
I ended up making oatmeal. So I've made some delicious oatmeal. I'm not gonna eat it. I'm gonna eat it and not do anything. So you guys are gonna be super entertained.
Because I see you like your thoughts.
So while I'm eating, this is a really good time for you guys to just ask me any questions you want. So if you wanted to ask me a question, now's the time.
I know I get that, but it's such an intimate song to then start taking us to the club halfway through. Is
Or we could listen to a podcast. I'm willing to listen to whatever you guys want to listen to. Do you guys like podcasts? I've been listening to this crime podcast.
1999, Heyman Lee disappeared. 28 days later, on February 9th, her body was found in Lincoln Park. In those 4 weeks, the police opened a missing persons investigation, which became, upon the discovery of her body, a homicide case. Now today, we'll go day by day through the 28 days it took to find Hay, mapping the investigation of the police and tracing the activities of Hay's friends, classmates, and teachers. We'll discuss the discovery of her body and of the crime scene. Now,
Can you guys hear that?
as we go through the dates, we'll skip the ones that we don't have any documentation for. We start then with January 13th, 1999, the day Heyman Lee went missing.
So on Wednesday, January 13th, 1999, our best theory right now is that Heyman Lee left school soon after 2:20 p.m. after telling Becky that she had somewhere else she had to be. Thereafter, she was supposed to pick up her cousin from Campfield at about 3:15 p.m., but she never showed up to pick her up. At that point, her family contacted the police, and Officer Adcock was dispatched to their home at approximately 5:30 p.m. Thereafter, Adcock called both Adnan and Aisha, who was Hay's best friend. Now, there's a lot of questions about why the police response was so quick after Hay didn't pick up her cousin. Usually, for a missing persons case, we're talking about a significant period of time before officers are dispatched. One reason that's been speculated is about 6 months before Hay disappeared, there was another Woodlawn student by the name of Jada Lambert who was found dead and was determined to be strangled by Roy Davis. And interestingly enough, Roy Davis is one of the individuals the Innocence Project is claiming could be the source of DNA that might eventually be tested from the crime scene.
And we know, well, this is getting ahead a bit, but we know that the missing person investigation did consider possible links with Lambert's disappearance and murder. We know that there's a map in their file where they'd marked Hay's expected path that day, and they'd also marked Lambert's house. And in order for Hay to have gotten to Campfield Early Learning Center, she would have had to driven very close to where Lambert lived, and as we know now, the same place where Roy Davis was living at that time.
Okay, this makes sense to me because for all these years, I always wondered why, hey, she was 18 years old, that the police would so quickly, within 2 hours, open a missing persons case. But given that there was a similar crime that happened not long before, that does make sense.
Yeah, and we know that the first indication that anyone else had that she was gone was a 3:30 p.m. phone call that Hay's brother got from the Campfield Learning Center. So they called the police at 5:12 p.m., which means not even 2 hours had passed when the missing person investigation was opened up. Officer Scott Adcock went to Hay's house, where he spoke with her family and made phone calls to her friends to ask about her whereabouts. He also called the LensCrafters out in Owing Mills, and they told him that Hay had failed to show up to work that day. Interestingly, there's no mention anywhere of a wrestling match or of Hay supposed to be going to a wrestling match. So it seems like her family and the police officers by extension believe that her only plans for that day were to get her cousin and then to go to work. He also attempted to contact Dawn, but was not able to do so at that time. Then on January 14th at about 1:30 a.m., Officer Scott Adcock does talk to Dawn. They have a brief conversation and he says that he hadn't seen her that day. So Don says that he was working at the Hunt Valley LensCrafters that day. That's not his usual store, but he'd been called in, and he says in serial it was to cover for another worker there. He got off about 6 p.m. and got home about 7. He said that shortly thereafter, he got a call from the Owings Mills LensCrafter, where he usually worked, asking about Hay and telling him that she'd failed to show up for work that day. For some reason, he doesn't connect with Adcock until 1:30 that night, at which point he tells them he hasn't seen her, hasn't contacted her, hasn't heard from her, and doesn't know anything about where she might be.
The unfortunate thing from my perspective is we know, according to Don, he was supposed to get called by Hay after her shift ended at 10 o'clock, and they were supposed to hang out, right? And so the question is, what happens up until 1:30 a.m.? What is Don doing? Why is there not contact between Adcock and him during those several hours when he apparently knows he's supposed to meet with Hay or at least get a call from her, and yet there's no contact, and he's been told by the LensCrafters she didn't show up for work?
Thursday, January 14th.
The following day, there's an ice storm. It moves in about 3 or 4 a.m., and the roads become very icy, very dangerous. It makes travel conditions very hazardous, and schools are shut down. At some point during that day, the Baltimore County Police Department does contact Hay's family, and they get an update that they've still not heard from Hay and don't know where she is. We know that, according to Jen, and according to the story told at trial, this is also the day that Jen goes to work, and after she gets off, she goes to pick up Jay and then helps him dispose of his clothes in a dumpster at the F&M drugstore. Jen does mention in her statement that she remembers it was raining on this day, which has always seemed like an odd comment to me because it was not raining at all. It was a big winter storm. If you look at pictures, there's ice and snow all over the place. It's hard to see how Jen would remember this event taking place on a day when it was raining, when you had that kind of weather actually going on.
Now, on the evening of the 14th of January, that's one of the last nights of Ramadan, and according to 3 different witnesses, Adnan gives a talk and he leads prayers at the mosque. 2 of those witnesses are Mr. Makbul Patel, who is the president of the mosque, and his son, whose name is Saad. Another witness is a community member named Bilal, who also testified to the grand jury that he recalls on the 13th having gone over notes with Adnan about this specific presentation.
Yeah, and that's important, right? We'll probably hear more later about Bilal, but he didn't testify at trial, and so the jury never heard his accounting of Adnan going over what he was going to do on the 14th on the night of the 13th, but it's very significant that he has this recollection that on the night of the 13th, when we have this very real question of whether Adnan went to the mosque, he recalls not only seeing him there, but a specific recollection of preparing for this presentation.
Also, Adnan's father remembers Adnan having given a talk and leading prayers because it was a very proud moment for him. Friday, January 15th.
On Friday the 15th, school is canceled once again. Travel's still not safe, so no one's in school, and the power's actually out in a lot of places. The 15th is also Krista's 18th birthday. Krista, you'll remember, is one of Hayes and Adnan's friends. Her parents threw her a birthday party that evening, and a lot of students at Woodlawn attended. Here's what Krista said about her birthday.
So my party was at Liberty Road Volunteer Fire Company, which is in Randallstown, so it was about a mile from my house, if that. I believe the party ran from 7 p.m. to 11 p.m., so that would give people time, if you were still in your provisionals or whatever, to get home by midnight, because that's when we had to technically be off the road.
I know that people have said that Jay and Adnan are both there.
Yes, they were. In fact, specifically with the ice storm that occurred the 2 days prior, I remember that most people that lived in the Catonsville, the Woodbridge Valley area that they all lived in were without power. So a lot of people were actually calling me to be like, hey, can we come early? Because they didn't have any heat. They didn't have food. Like, I remember Laura came early specifically to hang out and get something warm to eat. But I remember Adnan called me either right before or right as the party started, and he's like, hey, I'm really sorry or whatever. I'm going to be a little bit late. I have something to take care of for work, but I should be there, between 8 and 9. And he arrived about 8:30, and he came in with, like, him, Jay, and Stephanie all rode together.
In the same car?
Yes.
Do you know who
to
drove?
my knowledge, yes.
Do you know?
No idea.
What's interesting is that Krista has a clear memory of Adnan, Jay, and Stephanie showing up together at this party. There have been some statements indicating that Stephanie's car might have been broken down at the time, which is why Jay and Adnan showed up in the same car. But all of this contradicts what Jay said at trial, because Jay claimed that he'd only seen Adnan twice since January 13th. The first time occurred a couple days after the murder, which would be January 15th. The problem is that Jay says he saw Adnan because Adnan dropped Stephanie off from school. That couldn't have happened because Stephanie and Adnan weren't back in school again until the following Tuesday for Stephanie and Wednesday for Adnan. Also, Jay makes no mention they went to a party together.
You know, what's interesting about that party on the evening of the 15th is that while Jay may or may not remember that party, it seems like Adnan was actually probably coordinating with him to go to that party, because on the 14th, all day, there's not a single call to Jay. And on the 15th, there's no call to Jay until the evening, around 6 or 7 o'clock, when a couple of calls are made from Adnan's phone to Jay, and I can assume that that's them coordinating so they can go to the party together. I kind of think it's significant. You know, if Jay's story is that I'm scared of this guy, and then they're going to a party together. We buried somebody together 2 days ago, but he didn't call me for 2 days.
Yeah, and then when Adnan does call, it's like, hey dude, we're going to the party together. I mean, it doesn't seem like a situation in which Jay is scared of Adnan or worried about Adnan threatening Stephanie if he's voluntarily showing up at a party with him.
Tuesday, January 19th.
Tuesday the 19th was the first day back at school after the snow days and MLK Day. Adnan's not there because it's a religious holiday and he doesn't go back to school until the following day on the 20th. At this point, people are starting to realize that Hay is missing, but no one seems to think something could be wrong or that this could be a bigger deal than Hay having run off to see her boyfriend.
Wednesday, January 20th.
Wednesday, January 20th is the first day Adnan has been back at school since the 13th. It's been 1 week since Hay has vanished. Still, no one seems overly worried about her absence. Additionally, because the students were moving into the exam period, there were only half days at school. The 21st is also a half day at school, and once again, without the normal routine, Hay's absence is less likely to be noted.
Friday, January 22nd.
This is a semester break, so there's no school held that day. So if you're keeping notes, the only regular school day during that entire week after Hay disappeared on the 13th was Tuesday the 19th. In addition to school being closed, we have Detective O'Shea, who has now taken over the case, talking with Don. It's likely over the phone, but we're not 100% sure because his notes are a bit ambiguous. According to Don, when he talks to O'Shea, he last saw Hay on January 12th, again, the day before she disappeared on the 13th. According to Don, Hay was both happy, she was in a good mood about the relationship. He did, however, mention that Hay said she was fighting with her mom over phone privileges as well as about breaking curfew, but according to Don, he had no indication from her that she was planning on running away from home. If you recall back to one of our prior
Yeah,
victims,
I mean,
this is
I have
also isolated as
how long has
a
my
day
stream
that
been
the
going?
social work at the University
Stream's
of
been
Maryland
going for 8 hours.
Baltimore took place, and so this is again not her real.
Yeah, it's been going for 8 hours. Hey, Netzach. Dun, dun, dun. Alright. So, I think I'm gonna stop my stream right now. Thanks for all the new followers. Thanks for all my returning viewers, those of you who have missed me over the holidays. I'm going to start streaming on a different website. I'm going to be hosting a... Oh, shit. Here, I can put the link to this stream. I mean, this is the website. You'll see me. It'll say Slumbering Giant, who's streaming. But thanks for coming. Thanks for supporting me. Thanks for trolling me. Slumber party's over, motherfuckers. Roll up your sleeping bags. Call your moms to pick you up, 'cause the party's over. Alright, thanks everybody.